I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, I'll cast it like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the number one Chief Rock Knicks Universe, main man, Uncle Freezy, and welcome to the premiere Knicks in the Morning show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Y'all want this party started right? Y'all want this party started quickly, right? Good mornings, 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 good mornings. Good mornings. What's good, everybody? Good morning to everybody in their trucks driving along these safe roads. Be safe out there. Look out for the other guy. Appreciate y'all rocking with us. Good morning to all my retirees up and about, moving about their house, apartment, whatever we call it. Crib. How about we call it that? Good morning to everybody sitting in their cubicles this morning, typing away, listening to the number one Chief Rocker. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Salute to everybody listening to us in them headphones. Salute to everybody walking, going about their business. All my salespeople that got the headphones in, listening, rocking with us. Appreciate you. Shout out to all my barbers out there at the barbershop. They got mad different things going on. They got MSNBC going on. They got the local radio going on. And they got Uncle Freezy at the same time. So salute to everybody there. Salute, salute, salute. Good mornings, good mornings, good mornings. Good mornings. Good morning. Glad to have y'all with us. Glad to have y'all with us, man. Glad to have y'all with us, man. I think we're going to have a long show today. It appears that we have a lot to talk about. So let me salute my people, man. Ivory 10 is in the building. Ivory 10 says Knicks dead last in shooting percentage, almost last in assists per game. Knicks need a playmaker. Shooting is about rhythm, and Knicks have none. All right. Salute to the son of the legend, Kerry Cox is in the building. Peace to the chat. Andrew College, what's good? Andrew College, I was up this morning calling. I went out and walked the dog. I'm going to call it exercise. I was only actually just walking the dog. And when I say walk, I'm saying that like the bare minimum. Dripmore is in a building. Okay. Hinton Murphy is in the building. Peace to Hinton Murphy. One of the sharpest minds in Knicks universe. Shout out to Hinton Murphy, man. A really, 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 really impressive and sharp mind, sharp brother. When you be around and you in a conversation with Hinton Murphy, you better be on your P's and Q's. You better bring your A game. You better bring your A game when you're around that brother. Salute to him. Good mornings. Safe travels to my guy. Will Salkin in the building. What's good? The Blawrence Tears barber, Dripmore, was at Dripmore. Yep, beautiful day. Glad to be alive. Glad to be alive. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Andrew College starts off with a rock in my shoe. Hey, Andrew College, Miss, yo, the 5 of 30. You know what? And it's not about the offense either. It's not about the scheme. I know what people want to say. It's not about the scheme. It's about the personnel. It's not about the scheme. It's about the personnel. Last night we were bad. Last night the Knicks were bad. And I mean bad in a temporary sense, because I don't think this is typical Knicks basketball. But last night we were bad. I don't think it's typical. I just think last night was bad. Yeah, last night was bad. Dripmore says, my man, Mamelo, get on the mic because you know you eat Jello. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I'm interested to see what Ivory 10 is thinking. He says if the Knicks are all about win now, Grimes has to sit and watch. I'm not going down that road, bro. Why y'all trying to drag me down the ground? Oh, my goodness. I don't want to go down that Grimes road. Grimes is proof that shooting is about rhythm and playmaking, not just shooting the ball. Oh my goodness. Max is in the building. What's good, man? Hen Murphy says the ham sandwich is hurting people. Oh no, man. I don't want to go. Oh my. But listen, it's not just about what I want. I understand that. In these conversations that we have with each other on a daily basis, or for the most part, a daily basis, for the most part, a daily basis. I know everything can't be about me and what I want. It can't, but quite frankly, at some point, I'm not ready to go there yet because this is a fans channel, and we do this for each other, right? We don't do this so one day James Dolan will give us a free suite or something. No, I don't do it for that. I don't do it to cozy up with the media. I'm not a journalist. Hey, Poppy! Poppy in the building. Salute to Poppy. Salute to Poppy and Lil Greenie. Probably up saving the world this morning. Superhero. Salute to Cover the Spread. Cover the Spread is in the morning. Him and Lil Greenie probably up saving the world already. If they know like how I know some of these kids are still having like that Halloween trick-or-treat candy hangover. Little kids got ice bags on their head like, oh, I overdid it last night, man. I had one too many shots of Reese's Pieces. Kerry Cox. Hey, Cox, you know how the old fellas be like, oh, I overdid it, man. That last shot of Jägermeister just put me over the top. Little kids is like, oh God, I overdid it last night. That last hot cinnamon disc put me over the top. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. But yeah, this one, I understand the conversation shouldn't just be about me or just the chat. At some point, I understand that we may need to consider the players and the others because we understand that they're human. Too, and understanding that winning a championship is not easy. All I'm gonna say is I'm not ready to go there yet. I'm not ready to go there yet. When it comes to my Knicks, I feel like some of our young players have an arrested development, and then our older players that should be carrying the load are frustrated because they know what the fans want. They know what they want to give the fans, but it's not easy. It's not easy. It's just not. Salute to everybody coming in the door. I think I saw Taryn come in too. Yeah, man. Salute. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Terry Mosley says, "What was going on with Randall and JB? I can't figure it out. Will Soccer, I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Clearly, Grimes has plateaued offensively. There's nothing there. We thought he could be. Yo, the ghetto intellect is in the building. What's good? I just bought Benny in about 30 minutes ago, and now he's pacing like he needs to go back outside. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. Gia says, "Oh no, Freezy back to the ham sandwich Grimes." No, no. Honestly, it's the opposite. Honestly, it's the opposite. Honestly, it's the opposite. I don't want to call Quentin Grimes anything but Quentin Grimes. My thing is I want with Quentin Grimes, I have, and for the foreseeable future, I had and have, and for the foreseeable future, will have patience with Quentin Grimes. I know he's not that guy. That's why I used to have fights with you guys all the time, because a lot of y'all, and it's a lot of y'all, I mean, it's a lot of y'all, were saying Quentin Grimes is going to be that guy. And now that he's proven he's not that guy, and now that he's proving that he's not that guy, he's not him, a lot of us are frustrated. Like, get him out of here. And ultimately, what I had been saying then, he's not him. As far back as draft night, he's not that guy. For 2 years, he's not that guy. He's not him like we think. You know, he just needs time to develop into the player that we want him to be. He may not be Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He may be Danny Green. Danny Green is a good player. And this offensive, whatever it is, this offensive pasta salad that we have, it's not all Quentin Grimes' fault. Sure, should he shoot when he's open? Yes. Should he be more assertive? Yes. But it's hard, and I keep saying it, it's hard for NBA players to be two-way players. Kerry Cox, you got to stop instigating, bro. Kerry Cox is trying to start an argument this morning. CWC is in the building. Salute to CWC, who is in the building. D Block 1755 says, and furthermore, Tibbs and his coaching staff are worse because you think they would tell him that, and whatever happened to using the backboard Not everybody now. Everybody want to shoot straight in. Yeah. Great points. But D Block, I'm gonna say this. I saw the Knicks. The Knicks don't run the same offense they ran last year. The offense they're running now is an offense to get RJ, Grimes, and everybody more touches on the go earlier on in the shot clock. And even with that, even with them spoon feeding Grimes, he's not that guy. They're spoon feeding Grimes and RJ Barrett to the detriment of is an all-star and should be able to adapt and can't. Shooting looks like crap. And last night it was beyond rebounding. Last night Julius Randle looked like a G League player, an overseas player. And D Block says it's not working either. And you know why it's not working? It's not the system. It's not the system. It's the players. Because last night guys were wide open at least 8 to 10 times that I saw. But it doesn't matter when you put a non-shooter in a wide open situation. If he's a non-shooter, he is not going to shoot well. Zansky Gaming says Grimes is too passive. If Cavs want RJ Grimes IQ for Spider, do it. Kerry Cox says Milwaukee gonna kill us tomorrow. Hey, Kerry Cox, hey, listen, I'm gonna say, Kerry Cox, I'm gonna say this, bro. It's gonna make it. As soon as I saw it, it made me laugh. But, bro, you can't kill something that's already dead. You can't kill something that's already dead, bro. DSJ in the building, the R&B sensation. Keep your eye out for DSJ. New music coming 2024. Get those headphones ready. DSJ coming with some heat in 2024. That's my man. Trust me, I know for a fact he got heat coming 2024. Get them headphones ready. Get ready to bump it in your car. D Block says they are the Newark Knicks. Hey, GI, we're rooting for the Newark Knicks. We are the Newark Knicks. Yo, we're the Newark Knicks. Oh my God. Bro, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. We are the Newark Knicks. Just move the Garden to Newark, New Jersey, and it'll be apropos. Brick City. Hard Will in the building. I had Hard Will number pulled up on my phone. I was gonna call him, and then the phone rang, and I forgot to call him. My bad. My bad, Hardwell. But you know when business calls, you better answer. Staffordon is in the building. I know, hey, Staffordon, I know it. These things take time, though. Karen Fung is in the building. Salute. Good mornings, good mornings, good mornings, good mornings, good mornings. Yo, Big Buddy in the building. What's good? Yeah, we look worse. We look worse. Danny Landis is in the building. What's good, man? What's good, Danny? Nick Yak said, yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Oh yeah. Yeah. Negative 41. They picked on his defense. They picked on his defense, man. No disrespect to Obi, but yeah, Obi is not Jason Tatum. Tarzan is in the building. Yo, our very, very, very much older brother, Paris Duggar, is in the building. Good mornings to Paris Duggar. Salute to Paris Duggar. That's our guy. I'm kidding with him. yeah. And thank you for that, Paris Duggar. Thank you for the pig Latin. Cause thank you for the pig Latin. Thank you. Thank you for the pig Latin, man. Cause yeah, Randall looked like crap last night. Randall looked like feces last night. And y'all know I'm a Randall fan. Y'all know I love Randall, but we got to keep it a stack. You know what I'm saying? Nobody, if we criticize one, we should criticize all fairly. Or if we're not going to criticize fairly, don't critique at all. But that's not what this is about. We're fans. So we'll always have something to say. We'll always have something to say. We'll absolutely have your back when we feel like you're playing your hardest. But when you feel like you out there loafing, we're going to get on you. And last night, it looked like my man Randall was loafing. Last night, Randall looked like he was loafing. He was not all there together. And I saw it from about the 3-minute mark. I knew he wasn't there. Knew he wasn't engaged. Knew he wasn't locked in. And you got to have concentration. And anybody can have a bad day. Man, I had a bad day yesterday too. And again, I'm with Paris Duggar on this one. We are here talking about Obi and Obi is an Indiana Pacer. Obi don't play for the Knicks. Right? Now, I understand what the point was. I understand what the point is. Right? But when Randall needs to be criticized, we gotta talk about Randall. And last night Last night, Randall was terrible. Terrible. Last night, Randall was terrible. Randall last night was absolutely terrible. And that's my guy, but keeping it a stack, that dude was terrible. Jay Boogie in the building. Jay Boogie says, last night I threw away 7 unreleased tracks. Now they're lost tapes. That game had me sick like game 1 against Miami. Good morning, good morning, good mornings, good mornings, good mornings. Salute to Jay Boogie. Real King is in the building. CC, what's good? CC says, watching the game last night, you can clearly see they are divided in the locker room. It's clear. To me, they are clearly divided. To me, they are clearly divided. All this, I'm bringing in such guys to set a culture thing. Nah, bro, you can't say that to you can't say that to human beings, bro. You can't tell a human being that cares and that is passionate about their craft that, yeah, y'all wasn't good enough. I'm gonna just bring in somebody else to do y'all job better than what y'all doing. And then the guys that you go get are not better than the guys that are here. Dante DiVincenzo is not better than Emmanuel Quickly. Josh Hart is not better than RJ Barrett. Ryan Arcidiacono is not better than Deuce McBride. Randall looked like trash. That's my guy. Y'all know I like Randall a lot. CWC says, why Tibbs didn't play Fournier? That's my question. Hey, CWC, I don't think it's a Tibbs issue. I don't think it's a front office issue. It's not a coaching staff issue. It's a player's issue, bro. Because it don't matter how good of a play you draw up. If the horses ain't on courses, they're going to give you losses. That's just how it is. And I'm not sticking up for, listen, I'm not trying to kiss up to the organization or lay down on a chopping block for Tom Thibodeau. What I am saying is, if we're fair across the board, if we set a criteria of, if we just being fair and critical thinkers about all these different things, if we're just being fair, last night has nothing to do with Leon Rose or Tom Thibodeau. Randall played like crap. The Nova boys played like crap. And if there's a scenario where we felt like, well, if RJ Barrett was there, we would be undefeated. Hey man, now we reaching, because RJ's a good young player, but I don't know if RJ Barrett saves us last night. I don't know if RJ saves us last night. Does RJ impact winning? Yes. Does he save us last night? We would have Walking Dead last night. Who's to say that RJ Barrett wouldn't have come out and would have been a part of the Walking Dead last night? And quite frankly, throughout the season, this early season, through 5 low games, that's it. We got what, 77 to go? Through 5 games, we got 77 to go. RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickly have been our best players. And like what Greeny says, if it was RJ Barrett that looked like that last night, we'd be talking about what kind of package to put RJ in. And Nick Yak says, man, we lost about 6 points with only one true forward last night. Right. I'm with you on that one. We barely lost. At one point, it was a 2-possession game. And there were a lot of things that we could have did differently, but we didn't.
What's up, Freeze?
What's good, bro?
How you doing?
Yo, I was gonna call you yesterday.
What's up?
You
know my line is always open.
I know. I got a business call, man, and then I got a business call, and then before you know it, it had got later. So I was like, man, I'll just call and talk to him tomorrow. But the reason why I was calling you is because I wanted to know if your nephew is really 6'6", and is it a fair critique of his handles? Does he have New York City handles? That's what I was going to call you about.
Do we got New York City handle?
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, nowadays handles is everywhere. Once the internet. Yeah, once YouTube and everything, handles is everywhere. You can't think. Back in the days, it was like that. I believe that was a thing growing up in New York. I was seeing things that Rayford was doing and certain players that made, those lists for the N1 and all that stuff, ballers and stuff.
Right.
So we didn't see it on the internet. So we seen it in real time. So I think it only mattered then.
Right.
But now, in reference to the internet, kids have it. And then Stephon's father was Stacy Castle, who played for Oak Hill. He used to score 60 in a game in Far Rock High on a regular basis.
Right.
So that knowledge of New York, knowing the game, is installed in his dad. So he learned from his dad. He got coached by his dad in AAU and as a kid. So he was taught by the right person. And I think Atlanta basketball, where he grew up at, you have in his area, you got Isaiah Collier. You got, it's a lot of them. That's going to be top draft picks. That's from Atlanta.
Right.
On that top 100 list. So they all good. They're good players. Some players, got to work on other parts of their game, but they all can handle the ball.
Right.
Some of them got to learn how to pass more. Are they going to be able to do what they did in high school with NBA players? They got to accomplish that goal. But Steph is more of a passing guard, so he'll be fine.
Right. I saw a thing. I saw a mock with him going to the Washington Wizards.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
4?
4. Yeah.
I'd be driving to DC if that's true. I wouldn't be mad. Some
Yeah.
people said Spurs. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see
You
because
think it could be 4?
I'm not for sure yet. You know, first of all,
You got to see him play, right?
first
In
of all, you know
college.
I keep it a stack. You know I ain't gonna put stuff out. I'm gonna just tell the truth how I see it. Right.
Hmm.
I don't know. I ain't seen enough. I'm waiting for the college season to start. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But the thing is if he's being coached by a guy that I grew up with, right? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jersey City. You know what I'm saying? We
Hmm.
played basketball a certain way. We value the point guard position, bro. Like
Hmm.
no other. Point guard for if you play point guard in high school in Jersey City, it's like being the quarterback of the football team for people in other areas, right?
Hmm.
Like if your son plays point guard, bro, that means you know as a father you did something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Hurley
So
Senior. Hurley
yeah,
Senior.
yeah. So yeah, so we value basketball like everybody in the tri-state area, but if you play point guard, bro, see like
Hmm.
us scoring, like some people get impressed by scoring, and like Jersey City, bro, we don't. Nah, we value like
I think it's
the
playing the
point
game. You
guard.
try like you talking about playing the game too,
Yeah.
like
Like
not just about the showboating or just like all the moves got to make sense and stuff like that.
yeah, we value, and we would rather see 20 assists than see 50 points. You know, how
Hmm.
some people like, man, yo, my man scored 50 points at halftime. Bro, we like to see 20 assists, bro.
Hmm.
You
You
know
know
what
what I
I'm saying?
think? I think the game is going back in that direction,
I
like the
think so.
NBA.
I think so too.
You know, what I mean? Like the Nuggets, how they won passing the ball. Even UConn, how they won. Nobody seen that coming. They was just playing together. So I understand what you're saying. Like it's a deeper aspect of the game, and that's the problem for me with the Knicks. That it's in that, and even in certain like last night, like it's certain plays where we could have made simple plays and won that game. It's simple IQ plays that should be standard. And I think it's not that they don't know how. It's like as a player, you got to come in there, you know, saying you're going to just contribute to helping your team win. But you got players who already on certain levels and they trying to live up to that. But I think when you be in the league a certain amount of years, like Randall, for example, like the other night when he just was drawing a double team kicking, we won because of that. So I think when players sacrifice um they personal act what they trying to accomplish for themselves and just do what they need to do for the team, we'll be a better team.
Right.
That's the problem. Like everybody want to do, you know what I'm saying? It's not smooth. It's not fluent. It's not like a comfortable. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, he gonna go. And then when you got weapons like Brunson and Randall, you would think it would be easy for other guys to be ready because they drawing so many double teams. But like you said earlier, Grimes ain't hitting the shot, and they trying to keep giving him a chance, but they're gonna keep leaving him open. He got to make the shot, or they got to make an adjustment. They got to move him. They got to do something. I always thought he was like a backup.
Right. Right. Mess, what's good, bro?
I'm going to be blunt. Sure, everyone sucked all around, but the biggest guilty party last night was Randall. It was like he was just phoning it in, going through the motions. Every
Right.
shot he screwed up badly with, even with the ones he hit. I mean, you look at this guy. This is the guy who was an all-star last year. He's basically phoning it in. And use a film reference. If anyone ever saw the Third Night Ducks movie, he's basically like Charlie in that phase at the start of the film where he's like, look, I'm not a defenseman. I'm a scorer. I'm not going to comply with your setup. And just basically walk down the team because he was acting too much like a spoiled brat until Bombay finally forcibly pulled his head out of his ass. Ass basically telling him the reason he trusted O'Brien with the team is because he wanted Charlie to take up his mantle and said that he was the real Minnesota Miracle Man. And Charlie wasn't really living up to that build until the end of the film. My point here is Randall is stuck in that similar bubble. He's not a New York Miracle man, even though people call him that, and he's not playing up to that level.
Yeah, I think the locker room is divided. I think that's what I think, man. I think the locker room is divided. Randall was an all-star before the Nova Boys. He was even an all-star with the Nova Boys. And to say that there had to be a culture change and the Nova Boys were going to come here and bring in a new culture. I'm asking everybody, what have you seen the Nova Boys do in the NBA individually? What has Ryan Arcidiacono done?
Nothing.
What is Dante DiVincenzo was coming off the bench for two different teams, not two different championship level teams, not because he got them there, but because he was a support piece. The one that's egregious is Josh Hart. In my opinion, Josh Hart, no disrespect to the Josh Hart fans out there, but Josh Hart is a perennial loser. He never made the playoffs until he got to the Knicks. Right?
And even then
he never impacted winning. He never did any of that stuff. Now, does he play hard? Of course he does. Of course he plays hard, right?
But
of course he plays hard. But my thing ultimately is does he contribute the right things for a team that is looking to go from being a borderline lottery, borderline playoff team to a championship level team? The answer clearly is no. Josh Hart is not. I think we're acting as if Josh Hart is Scottie Pippen coming off the bench. He's not.
I'm not acting like that.
No, I'm talking about the majority of the fan base.
Oh.
The majority of the fan base thinks Josh Hart is that key ingredient that you add to a winning team. No. At 6'4", 205, Josh Hart is a shooting guard identifying as a center. He's not a center.
In my view, if anyone really fits the bill out of the four aside from Jalen, it's Dante. Because he at least knows how to play a support piece.
Right. Dante is the piece that outside of Brunson, Dante is the piece that I like. I like what Dante DiVincenzo brings because he brings positional flexibility on offense, positional flexibility on defense. He makes certain plays, and he's a disruptor. If you notice, when Dante DiVincenzo is on the ball, things defensively, things happen. Guys fall down, loose balls, tip ball, 50-50 balls, things like that. DiVincenzo, I think, impacts winning. Josh Hart.
So here's my
Hardwood. What is Josh Hart in your mind? Am I wrong? What is Josh Hart to you?
I thought they got Josh Hart for to bring in more intangibles, but he's not a starter. He's not a starter. And that's why I said, with RJ, I'm not saying, I still feel we need to all play together. It's not like RJ could just go out here and win us games by himself.
No,
but what he was doing yesterday, instead of Hart being in there, we probably would have won that game. We just beat the Cavs. We shouldn't have lost to the Cavs.
But with that knee injury, and we don't know how bad it is.
No, I understand that. I understand the situation, but I'm just comparing it.
And we know
comparing it.
And once again, we know that much like with that finger injury last year, that knee injury is going to haunt RJ. You know that once he gets off the bench from an injury, he almost never recovers.
Right. Okay. I would. Will, I think both of us can agree with that. It seems like every time RJ Barrett gets to a point where he's about to break out and show us something, he'll get injured, and then it takes him some time to ramp back up to what he was before the injury. And I'm just hoping that's not the case here. I'm hoping it's just a little bump, and he'll be back Friday to the level that he displayed before he missed this game with injury.
Yeah, I understand. Injuries happen. I just brought it up in reference to Hart. He's not a starter, and I think you asked me what do I think of him. He's a good player. I already said I feel like the team brought him in to add more players that's gonna make the correct play. Like even when you see them guys running fast break, you know, it's simple stuff, but we haven't been doing those things.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just balance the floor, draw the D, pass it to the man, easy bucket. And we know those guys know how to do that. We're not saying that other guys don't know how to do that, but I think other guys' problem is they want to score, they want to do too much, and these guys we speaking of, they have more of a balance. Even though in the game they still have to shoot. So DiVincenzo was shooting the ball and dunking and attacking the rim, but you can expect him to make the right play. And I think that's what they was looking at with him and Hart. Even though you got to understand, guys gonna play good some games, they're gonna play bad some games. We
Here's
just
my
gonna see how many times Hart looks the way we don't like. Because if you put him in a position that he's not supposed to be in, like if he's an off the bench player and you expecting him to be a starter, then that's just to me. He don't come across as a starter. He's a good off the bench guy, give us some energy, get a rebound, push it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes. But here's my thing. If Josh keeps screwing around like he does and Quentin Grimes just doesn't find time to bother putting up shots or just constantly misses left and right, at this point, if there's going to be a lineup change, bench Grimes and start Dante. Know what I mean, Freezy?
How does that connect to Josh Hart, though?
I mean, Hart constantly gets these opportunities whenever someone gets injured. And he never shines. And almost 9 times out of 10, he never shines at it. I'm saying bench have both him and Grimes come off the bench and throw DiVincenzo a bone.
I understand what he's saying. I think
Dante
Grimes
is going to be far more efficient than Hart, in my view.
Okay.
Last night was a game that's a case in point to that argument.
Okay.
I think we overrating it. Like Hart we need a bench anyway, and Hart is perfect for our bench. So I think if he come in when the starter's down, he's still a bench. He's still going to come off the bench. It don't work when he starts. Tibbs will shuffle it and put somebody else in the lineup. I personally felt like Quickly should have started.
I felt like Quickly should have started too.
Personally,
Well,
but whatever. He give people a different. He giving whoever he want to give a chance to. It's cool, right? If they don't step up in the moment, Tibbs will give somebody else the chance. You know what I mean? Like I said, when RJ come back, we know Hart is a guy coming off the bench for us. So I'm cool with his performance that he give us off the bench. You know, when you expect him to step up and start, you
that's
know,
where things fall apart.
he's not a starter. Exactly. He's not a starter. And then we could look at other things and say maybe why Quickly didn't start, or like we said, even Didi, like not like he said, you know. So
right.
He went with Hart. Hart didn't do that well. So
right.
He gotta live with that.
Right.
That don't take away from Hart who he is on this team as far as off the bench. He's still a good player coming off the bench.
Right.
Let's be real. When he came here, we won like 9 in a row when we went on that run.
See that part right there? That part
I'm just
right there.
saying.
I can't.
He contributed, Freeze. I think when you add a player to the team and they get run, you can't just exclude them. Not saying you are, but I'm saying that means that because I know that one player in a team like this could help it. Because what I was explaining, what he do helped our team. A couple good passes from a player make other players gonna start sharing that ball because it's about winning. And when you go on a win streak, you buy into the win streak more than your self accolades or what you're trying to do. You just want to win, and that's the difference. When we start losing, we go in another direction, reference to when we winning, because they can look and say, "Oh, it's working. Yeah, we moving that ball." Da, da. But when they're not making shots and it's not working, then that changes the dynamic. So that's the only reason why I give them credit for coming in and helping us on that streak, because we needed those type of players. Obviously, if he brought 2 of them kind of players in, if they brought 2 of them kind of players in,
I'm not giving them credit on that, right? And the reason why I'm going to tell you, the reason why it's like how we do our shows, right? We know nobody gets the show started like Hardwell, right? Hardwell Energy start the show, it'd be crazy, right? But we know nobody closes a show like Jay Boogie. right? Jay Boogie is the closer.
Mm-hmm.
That's his name. And he didn't give himself that name. Knicks Universe gave him that name because he's the closer, right? In the middle, you need somebody to rock the party. You need a chief rocker in the middle, right? So my point is if everybody, you know what everybody does, right? And then say we bring in somebody from the outside, right? Say we bring somebody from the outside of our circle into that mix, and then we give them credit for Hard Will starting off the party, Uncle Freezy being the chief rocker, and Jay Boogie being the closer, and be like, such and such X from I'm just make up a name, from Ultimate Knicks. Ultimate Knicks come in, and then we like, yo, yeah, Ultimate Knicks was there with Uncle Freezy and Jay Boogie. You know what I'm saying? I want to give Ultimate Knicks credit for being such and such. Nah. Hard Will energy at the beginning of a show was there before Ultimate Knicks. And the number one chief rocker was the number one chief rocker before Ultimate Knicks. And Jay Boogie, the closer, was the closer before Ultimate Knicks. My point is the Knicks finished every season strong under Tom Thibodeau. Every season. Right? And so to say last year Josh Hart was the reason why, or the main reason, or whatever part of the reason, no, the Knicks were going to do that anyway, because historically, under Tom Thibodeau, this is what Knicks teams do. He tinker early, then set something and don't change anything, right? That's our thing. We like, the Tibbs don't make adjustments. He tinker early, and after about 20 games, he set his stuff in stone. He's not going to change anything. And then by the end of the season, it starts to work, right? That's who he is. It's with the Bulls, he was that way. With Minnesota, he was that way. He get to New York, and in New York, he's that way. So Josh Hart coming doesn't mean just because Josh Hart got here, things changed. Nah, he contributed. Yes, he contributed, but no, we didn't. Things didn't change because Josh Hart got here, bro. I can't.
Yeah, I think how you saying it, like you got to look at a bigger picture. People in the team making moves and do these kind of things. That's why I use that example. You can't give one player the credit, and you can't say from a 9-game streak or just what Tom Thibodeau always do, because you can't say your team just gonna win 9 games. You're not gonna even bet that on FanDuel.
Nah, you ain't great, but no.
So the point I'm making is they put him on a team where we needed guys that bring in things that he did. And when I brought it up, I remember watching the game and a lot of things he did.
Yeah.
Coming right on his team. And if you remember, he did more than enough to say he really helped us do that. When you look at what he did, and we're not talking about just winning, we're talking about a win streak of 9 games, almost 10 games. I'm not saying they didn't do win streaks on their own either, because we did. But when a player come on a new team and the people in the front office is adding things and tweaking things to try to help us do better, right? And that's one thing a team won't do, is bringing players to mess up what we have going. You see what I'm saying? So they careful with those kind of moves at that position or at that part of the season or whatever, right? But then for the guy to come in right away and help, he don't know our stuff like that. It was the point I was making of the intangibles that they looked at that the team need, and not having so many guys worrying about proving these points instead of just winning, bringing in guys that want to win. In the NBA, you got to shoot, but you don't got to shoot when the shot ain't there, or you don't got to force the shot if somebody open. And I think these guys bring that in. And that was the point I was trying to make on both points of it, where they brought those guys in for those reasons. So I think it did really matter. Then you go and look at the games itself. Can't discredit them when you come in new and get that much run and really help your team. So that's the reason why I made the point. It's not taking credit away from the other guys. These guys still need help, Freezy.
Right. Right.
So it's like we can't boast about these guys until they do something, and the team is still being tweaked, and they still need more help. So it's like if somebody up the manager make a move on our podcast and bring in somebody, and they make us better, just like how we brought in Dave Chanel on our show.
Okay. Okay.
Some things just make it better. You know what I mean? Like it don't mean it's gonna take away from me or Worldwide L. Just like when you bring other people or you start shows, you don't feel like them coming on is gonna take away from who you are. You just trying to make your network better.
Right.
That's the same thing I look at it like.
Right.
So that was just a little pushback on your point of it when you gave the example of the thing, because it could go both ways. But don't discredit Josh Hart that way, because he's not a guy that's supposed to come in and score a lot of points. We got those type of guys already. He's doing all the stuff that we need from when he came in.
Josh Hart is just depth. That's all.
Yeah, but we don't have a lot of good players on our team.
Yeah, we not deep.
He's getting run. He's starting. So if we starting Josh Hart, what does that tell you? Even when RJ's hurt. Thank you.
If we
Thank you very much.
We in trouble.
Thank you very much. He's a role player. That was my main point. He's a bench player that I will always be satisfied off his bench, coming off the bench efforts, because he does have a high IQ and he can shoot the ball.
But he's the double edged. He's the dude. Josh Hart is the guy that you love and hate all the time, right? Because he does, in my opinion, has an exceptionally high basketball IQ. But he's also a terrible decision maker.
That's the main issue with this guy. If he has such a
he's a terrible decision maker.
Terrible, smart with how you use them. And that's the thing that makes Josh a bloody migraine for me.
Sometimes some players have a better IQ than other players, and he can expect one player to do something that the player don't, and it don't have to be the guy you think is making a bad play. I know Josh Hart don't have a bad IQ. Like, they wasn't taught that way. They play too much together. And like I said, when you play that way, that makes your game better. It makes it easier to play the game. And that's what a lot of our Knicks players don't understand. And Josh Hart ain't like that. Now, the misunderstanding is he's not a starter. And when you judge him as a role player coming off the bench, it's not that many flaws you're going to really find in his game, because he get rebounds undersized, he hustle, and he do make the right play. I don't never see him to be a player that
he don't make the right play all the time. I didn't
say all the time. I said more than he make the right play more than bad plays.
Okay, so last night
I'm not going by one game.
Last night he took on three Cavs in transition twice. With the Knicks down. With the Knicks up, or the game tied, he took on three Cavaliers to make a layup and missed. And then with the Knicks down by like 6 or something, he took on three Cavaliers in transition at the rim. And he's not even a leaper. You know what I'm saying?
For the ones working, so things can...
Hey, De La Cruz, hey, you got some headphones, bro?
It gets real annoying with Josh Hart, Grimes these days. I mean, again, with Barrett out, why not throw Dante a bone? Yes, Hart has more experience at the small forward spot, but it just doesn't have. He doesn't have the decision-making skills, in my view, DiVincenzo does. Have quickly started shooting guard tomorrow against Milwaukee and move Dante to small forward and leave Hart and Grimes on the bench.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna finish my point about Josh Hart though real quick. Well, I'm not saying that he's a low IQ player. I think he's very smart, right? But very smart people can be poor decision makers too. Like they know better and then are impulsive to do, like the impulse for them forces them to do stuff that they normally, if they thought about it, they probably would have done it better. Right? Like give you an example last year. Last season in the playoffs against Miami, when Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo were coming down the court in transition, and Obi Toppin and Josh Hart were coming down picking up defenders in transition, Josh Hart pointed to Jimmy Butler so that Obi could guard Jimmy Butler, and so that Josh Hart could guard Bam Adebayo.
Idiot.
Right. So the thing is with that is Josh Hart knew.
So we started Josh Hart.
Hey, Delacruz, you got both panels open?
Nah, I got no headphones. I need headphones.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
No, ain't no more. But and you got a tab open because we can hear the playback. You got YouTube open?
No, I just closed it.
Okay.
There's probably background noise in the building.
Hold on, let me turn off the ESPN.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna mute you for just a second, okay?
All
right. So the thing, Hartwell, what I'm saying about the Josh Hart thing is why would he got the transition part right? He like, yo, both of us, we need to make sure we pick them up early. But why would Josh Hart pick up Bam Adebayo and put Obi on Jimmy Butler? And this happened twice down the floor. Tibbs had to hurry up and get Josh Hart out the game. You know what I'm saying? You're like, yo, why would you do that, bro? And then the thing about it is they went straight to Bam Adebayo with Josh Hart guarding him and Bam Adebayo dunk. These are things we saw in our own eyes. We called it while we were happening. We were doing a live stream during the game.
Yo, your audio sound horrible.
Yeah, you might have to get some headphones, bro.
Oh, damn.
You got a laptop?
Yeah.
I'll send you the link if you want to jump on with your laptop. If you can do that, you want to do that?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. All right, I got you, boss. Yeah, man. Yeah. So, yeah, man. So I'm saying my man is like it's not like I'm gonna mute you into hold on. So it's not like Josh Hart is a low IQ player. He not. We know my man is a high IQ guy. The decision making Hartwell, that's questionable, bro.
You talking about one or two plays on defense? When I look at the game, hold on, I'm just trying to reply. You was finished, or I'll wait. I
know, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this happens all the time. I'm not saying like this one or two thing occurrence. I'm saying this happens all the time.
On defense? You talking about?
Yes.
That he telling somebody else to get somebody else?
Come on, man. You know you got to do that in transition.
All right, so look at my reply to you. I see your main man, Randall, a starter with way more problems, and he's been in the league way longer than Josh Hart. What you think about that?
I think you moving the goalposts.
No, I'm all right. So I'm moving the goalposts, but I'm telling you, that's how I look at it. That's how I feel about it. When you've been in the league longer, you're not supposed to make nowhere near the type of mistakes that he making. And Josh Hart hasn't even been in the league that long.
Josh Hart, yeah, this is Josh Hart's 7th year. Josh Hart is 29.
I ain't talking about it. Listen, I'm just saying that. Okay, so in reference to the mistakes point, right? A starter reference to a bench player. How can I see mistakes from a starter like that, right? That you speak of with Josh Hart. I see those in yesterday's game or recent games. In reference to Josh Hart, he's coming off the bench. He's not a starter. And his mistakes is not on the level of somebody like Randall's. That's a starter.
What does this have to do? We're talking about Josh Hart. We're not talking
about and my
Randall.
Example to your examples of making a point on Josh Hart is Randall just did what he did in yesterday's game, and he's an all-star.
Come on, bro. Can we just talk about Josh Hart?
Come on.
Can we just talk about Josh Hart?
This is my example to you, Freezy. We have a player that come off the bench and replace a starter, and Josh Hart did that yesterday, right? He's not a starter. I told you that already. How many times I gotta say Josh Hart is a role player, come off the bench? I'm not worried about his performance because I think he makes good decisions. I already gave my point. In reference to your take and him telling somebody else to get somebody, my reply to you is my Randall reply. He's doing this right now. He's a starter. What about that?
Yo, come on, man. Come on, bro.
What you mean, come on? I felt like come on when you brought up last year about Jimmy Butler and Josh Hart, but I didn't say nothing. So now that I tell you Randall, right now, we talking about now. We're not even talking about last season. We talking about last night. I can ask you
gave a
about Randall and you
specific
say come on,
example
but
about
when
the
I don't
play
say come
against
on about example on the last season with
I'm
Jimmy
missing
Butler,
right,
it's not the same, bro. That's kind of crazy to me, but it's all good.
right.
I could have said that on you too, because that's a reach. That's old.
That's
We
not
talking
the
about
reach.
new
That's not the
season. Yeah, because you said, bro, we talking about hard. And I'm like,
okay.
bro, we talking
So what
about,
else? So what else happened last season? What else happened last season? Then,
we're not talking
if that
about
was a
last
reach,
season. We're not talking about
Was
last
Randall making
season.
an
We
All
talking
Star
about
team, All
heart right
NBA every
now,
year?
really. We talking about
Right.
heart right now, really.
That's the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is I agree with you that my man has a high basketball IQ. And what
Hmm.
I'm saying is that it's the double-edged sword. He's got a high basketball IQ, but at times, and a lot of times, he's a poor decision maker.
And that's
Right?
why I brought up Randall, because he's a starter. That's a
Oh
perfect way to
boy.
bring up Randall. He's a starter.
Why is we talking about Randall? We talking about specifically about Josh Hart, and you want to
No,
shift the blame to
no, it's
Julius
not shifting the
Randle.
blame. Let me tell you why I can do that. Because I already answered you for a long time about Josh Hart. I told you I don't agree with you in reference to how you looking at him because he's a bench player and he's coming off the bench and he's not to me, he's not hurting the team. He's still gonna have bad games. He's a bench player. The reason why I could say what Randall, because the way you pointed out what Josh Hart did, and he's coming off the bench. So I'm saying when I see a starter do the same thing, it don't matter to you. But then when I bring it up, how I'm moving the goalpost. No, we talking about the Knicks anyway, and we talking about present games, not last playoffs or last season, because we seeing what Josh Hart did yesterday and things like that. How he had a bad game. That's why people were saying whatever about him. If he have a good game, then they're gonna say something different. That's my point too. That's what Knicks fans do. I watch a body of work and know he made good decisions. I don't even remember the play that you spoke of, but I know that's an easy way for me to say, what about the starters' mistakes?
Right. Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm not gonna make stuff up just to make somebody look bad.
No, I didn't say you made it up though. I don't think
Right.
that
Right. Right.
neither. I don't think you would
Right.
never
Right.
do that. You
Right.
you got a point with it, but I'm
Right.
just saying it was more of a reach than mine for the way you responded. Because
Right.
it's not a current event. And then for me to bring up what Randall did, yes, now you can't say I'm moving the goalposts because this is all Nick talking connected. We don't really. Josh Hart ain't hurting his team. He ain't supposed to be starting free.
I
Technically,
understand that. I understand that, but we all know that in sports, when
hmm
an injury or something happens, it's
you
next
got to
man
step
up.
up.
Right.
hmm
Regardless if
We
you're a
both
bench
said
player or
quickly should
not.
have started Freeze. We both
Huh?
said that. You agreed that maybe they should have let quickly get a try.
Maybe. You know. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on it. Like whether Hart started or quickly started or DiVincenzo, to me, it made no difference because the minutes distribution was going to be about the same anyway. In my mind,
Hmm.
everybody was going to play the allotted minutes that Tibbs had anyway, right? Because
Hmm.
we got Grimes who wouldn't shoot and RJ Barrett out due to injury, right?
Hmm.
So we know that regardless who started, all those guys were going to play about 28 minutes or so a piece. We know that.
Yeah, that's
We know
true.
that, right? My thing is with Josh Hart and if we're looking at it, I'm looking merely like when I watch the game, I watch it from a point guard's perspective. I don't know what everybody else watches it like. That's how
Hmm.
I see it, right? Like some people look at, and no disrespect to how people watch the game, but others look at it from a scorer's perspective. Like, what is the man with the ball doing? They look at that. I don't necessarily. I look at what all five guys are doing on the floor. And
Hmm.
what I'm saying to you is this: Josh Hart, in my mind, is a valuable piece, but I think his reputation is ahead of what he produces. Like Josh Hart, what we think Josh Hart is and what he actually gives us are two different things. Is what I'm saying. And I'm
Mhm.
not saying that it's bad on a night to night basis, but what I am saying is I think our likability for one causes us to maybe overlook some stuff, and our dislike for other players have us doing the same thing for those other players, and it's not a big deal, right? Because I think Jalen Brunson is a megastar on offense, but I really dislike the fact that he's a point guard that doesn't play make. Right? He don't play make. Right? And when I say that, I know people are going to say, "Oh, he hate Jalen Brunson." No, I don't hate Jalen Brunson. I clearly outlined what I like and don't like. Right?
And that's probably why they added those kind of pieces, Freezy.
Right. Yeah.
Playmaking guys.
Yeah. I just don't.
Hart, Dante, you know what I'm saying? Because Brunson, like, you got to have players on the court that's going to make plays. And that's why I think that other unit that's playing looks better than the starting unit with iHeart quickly. You know, certain players that's sharing the ball.
Yeah.
And I think that other teams have that defensive stack for Brunson. You know, they putting the tall players on him. So, you know, I mean, it's still early in the season. So it's going to be some bad games. Let's just hope it's more good than bad. That's how I'm looking at it. You know,
I feel you.
I like all the players. You know, when they play bad, we just got to point it out. It's not personal to me.
But when you
Because
say
when you
like,
cook, we going to boast for you. We going to shout you out. I heard you say that earlier about Randall. When you out here cooking, we support you. We yelling it out.
right.
So if you have a bad game, we got to say, yo, we got to call it out.
That's a New York state of mind. You know what I'm saying? You born with that, bro. That's what
He
you say.
used to it.
Yeah.
Randall used to it by now. He know what's going on. He got to play better. He know that.
Right. Right.
He should have never cut his dreads. He ain't Kodak Randall no more. That's the problem. You got to get them dreads back.
Yeah. And he out there with them sketches on. Yeah.
He got them sketches on.
But let me.
Yo, I said the same thing. Yo, my girl gonna talk about. Don't be surprised. Them sketches comfortable. I said, yeah, but you don't got one pair in your closet. I said, but you don't got one pair in your closet. I said, because look, if they was that comfortable, you mean to tell me everybody in the street should be wearing them, not caring what nobody thinks.
Right.
If they that comfortable, and I say ain't nothing that comfortable.
Right. And you know how
unless they Louis Vuittons.
Right. You absolutely right, because cats will wear New Balance. New Balance mad comfortable, bro.
Yeah, I rock New Balance, but they stylish, or they stayed in.
Yeah,
and Rich Paul down with New Balance now. They did a whole new colorway.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Rich Paul. Yeah, he got the New Balance is fire. Rich Paul and them did their thing with that.
Yeah, man.
Word, but no sketches. No. Yeah.
Wait, let me ask you this though: when you say if you like the roster, do you feel like the roster is if you were in control of the roster, would you keep the roster as is? Or
no, I didn't mean I like the roster like that. I mean I like the players. I like the players like far as like I don't have nothing against them. They good guys, but I don't think the roster. I wouldn't have this roster. No way.
Right.
No way.
No
way. I wouldn't have been sitting on this. It's like sitting on stuff and just sitting on stuff and you mishandle it. And expect it to come around. Nah, you got to move on.
This is definitely a Skechers roster right here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So
yes, it's not. And the thing is, we still look like we can beat a lot of these teams. So I think with this roster, the key thing is sharing the ball, playing together, combine what you guys have. Because the thing is, we don't really get to see how good our guys is because we don't play together that well. We see different outbursts from different guys when they hot, but we don't see us all coming together, everybody having a great game, being together, being happy for each other. Like you see teams go on that type of run. You know, that's what I'm looking for. Like when they went on that 9-game streak, that's how it looked. You know what I'm saying, Freezy?
Right. But you ain't let me finish my point.
I'm sorry.
Point on Josh Hart being a bad decision maker, right? And the thing is, the reason why I say Josh Hart is a bad decision maker, again, let me reiterate, not because he doesn't have a high basketball IQ and not that he's smart. My man graduated from Villanova, so of course he's smart, right? The thing is, I think his aggression impacts his decision making, right? Like he's overly aggressive at times. And that's the reason why he'll pick up a Bam out of my. It's like, it's like a Chihuahua does not have any idea that a pit bull will, you know what I'm saying? So it's like at times you see Josh Hart as the smaller, over-aggressive guy taking on the challenge of a big guy, not because he sat back and thought up and calculated the risk. He thought about energy and aggression. And that's the reason why I say he's a bad decision maker a lot of times, not because he doesn't understand stuff, because he does. But if you say Bam Adebayo elbows him under the rim and then they going back in transition, Josh Hart like, no, I got Bam. You know what I'm saying? And it's not because he knows that he has some kind of built-in advantage. Clearly, Josh Hart is, I'm going, if somebody do something to me, it's mano a mano. You want that dog. That's why people like him. They love that dog that's in Josh Hart. But Josh Hart, sometimes you got to think about the team game. You're a shooting guard at 6'4", 6'5", 205. You're a shooting guard identifying as a center. Bro, 6'4" centers in today's NBA don't exist. The number one pick in this year's draft is 7'4". You know what I'm saying? You can't take on these type of, it's not Dungeons and Dragons, bro. You don't have mystical spells you can cast and all that stuff, bro. This is physics.
I think the way Josh
Yeah, but that's not only for him. Go ahead, Ness.
The way Josh Hart acts like that, where he thinks he can take on these 7'1", 7'2" centers with that mentality. Dude, this is not a D&D session. This isn't effing LARPing. Quit acting like it is. You're not some magical wizard or elf mage who can take down the dragon. Stop trying to think that you are, dude. Enough is enough. If you had stuck Obi on Bam and you on Jimmy in that game against Miami, maybe things would have played out differently.
Things would have been different, especially on that play.
I don't know.
Especially on those.
But that's one play or two plays, and if that's the case, that's coaching. That's coaching right there. That's coaching to make.
Tim snatched him out the game.
No, I'm saying to make that. Yeah, take him out or make the switch the way y'all saying the way it should have been. He can't be held responsible like that for one or two plays. That's what I'm saying.
No, hold on, but it's not one or two plays. Is what I'm telling you, bro. It's a mentality. If you're a dog, you can't turn the switch on and off. You can't be a dog sometimes and a bird other times, bro. If you're a dog, bro.
I think he's not. All right, look. Let me ask you a question, Freezy. Is Josh Hart a good coach? Is he a great player coming off the bench on your team? Is he a good off the bench player? Because Josh Hart is like, is he a good player coming off your bench?
Yes.
What you think? Man,
because I know he's a good player coming off my bench, and that's all he is on our team. Okay. So it's like to really over-evaluate him when he's only coming off the bench. To me, is not enough there. And I think what he did so far is like they paid that guy before quickly.
They paid him before quickly, bro.
So I mean, the only reason I throw that in there too is because I can have my opinion, you can have your opinion, and then there's a business too. It's a business side to it.
Right.
So obviously they know some of the stuff I'm saying about him too, and he's not a starter. He's an off the bench guy. Right. So if this team go in the right direction, we have a good team, Freezy, and we get better players and stuff like that, and Josh Hart comes off the bench, he would look even better. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we got guys on the court, and that's why I brought up the Randall before. It wasn't to shift the blame or move, because it's not only him, it's Brunson, it's other guys on the court not setting the right examples for guys. So what does that do? That's why I said sometimes we on the outside looking at a player saying, oh, he did that. But the other player wasn't on the same page as him to be ready for what he should have been ready for. That happens in basketball. But we on the outside looking in saying, oh, he threw the ball away.
Right.
When that player should have been knowing the cut. Right. So, like, Josh Hart would be way better if our team was better because he's coming off the bench.
Right.
So when those guys start to do what they're supposed to do, then the whole team could play better and do things what they're supposed to do better. Just like when good play rubs off, bad play rubs off too. It's the same thing. good play rubs off and bad play rubs off. You get guys not hustling as hard as they would if the ball would be the right plays would be made. You have all type of dynamics that we don't address. We just blame the player that we think. So that was just some of the examples that I feel like with Josh Hart, because he is only a bench player on our team. And when you have a good team, the starters got to lead by example and be able to come out the game with a lead, and them guys come in and hold the lead. I think I could see Josh Hart, DiVincenzo, quickly, Hartenstein, and we've seen already that the bench has looked pretty good. And the main point why? Because they share the basketball more than the starters.
Right.
You go, I go, I go is not always good.
Right. That's not the offense this year, though. That's last year offense.
Is it?
Yep, that's
It
last
looked
year.
like it come back sometime. It looked like guys ain't really comfortable with the new offense to where you have to buy in to make it work. You have to hustle right. You have to still go be the decoy. You have to still go set the screen right. Whatever the play may be, you have to buy in. Yes.
You have to learn the new offense. You got to get some time in the new offense in order for it to look effective. That's just what
and buy into it.
Yeah, you gotta buy that right there. The you go I go thing. I think they scrapped that because they know Jalen Brunson is not a playmaker at the point. So now by getting more people touching it and touching the ball, and for those, listen, I don't expect everybody to understand basketball, right? I don't I don't expect the chat. I don't expect the chat to understand like sets and motions and actions and all of that stuff. I expect, but what I do expect is when somebody that does know and says, "Hey, listen, this is not for you, Hallwell, of course. I'm just talking to the chat. I'm talking to everybody at the same time. So
no, yeah, I understand, bro.
But my thing is last year's offense was a 3-man weave, read and react into a high ball pick and roll breakdown into an isolation if nothing is there. That's what the Knicks ran last year, right? It's the reason why we didn't have a lot of assists last year also.
Because of that,
right?
yeah.
Because of that scheme that we ran, because historically the Knicks did not, we had to run read and react, high ball screen, because historically the Knicks didn't have a point guard, right? So now you get guys that can play make like RJ and Quickly and Randall and guys that can play make and pass the Swiss Army knife type guys, the Alec Burks type guys fit into that. And so, that way you can create shots for yourself and others. This year, and I'll say this, and I'm not deflecting towards Grimes, but this year, clearly,
I'm glad you said that.
The coaching staff changed the offense to get others involved, including Quentin Grimes. Right? And they run plays and sets and actions. Like the most popular one they run is the play called Zoom, where they stack RJ and Grimes on one side, right? And Grimes screens for RJ, so RJ can come around a screen by Mitch and catch the ball on the run, where he can throw the lob to Mitch or hit hit Grimes in that deep corner. And if it's not there, Grimes rotates back up to the top. It should break down a defender and play make. Grimes is not that guy. Grimes is not that guy. They run that action for RJ, Grimes, and Mitch getting other guys involved. And for that reason, in my opinion, you see Randall out there looking lost and disinterested because last year he had the ball the majority of the time. And now you're running a team-friendly offense where Randall is a piece of the offense and not featured. Right? And I know what people are going to say. Well, Randall should be a professional. Randall's our all-star. I get it. And I agree with you. But I saw DiVincenzo and Josh Hart run that play. Right? Josh Hart was in the RJ role. He came around and got the ball. DiVincenzo sank to the deep corner. Hartenstein rolled to the rim. They took away the lob. Dante DiVincenzo get a wide open look in the corner for 3. So I'm saying if Josh Hart can run it as a shooting guard as a center disguised as a shooting guard, and Dante DiVincenzo, whose offense had been up and down, right? If they run that play and they get success, why is Grimes not able to do this? And if Grimes is not that guy, then why did we hold him out of a Donovan Mitchell trade or a Zach LaVine trade or something like that? Right? I think Grimes is being exposed for what he is, which is bad because we like Grimes and we want Quentin Grimes to be here and be a good player. Right? But if Tibbs and them legit, because listen, your point guard, you expect your point guard to do a lot in the minute studies, but at some point during the game, you want your point guard to play off the ball at some point. Give him a break, at least for a little
that's
while.
the problem. That's part of the problem, like what you're saying, because people say Grimes hesitate a lot, right? But Brunson don't facilitate enough,
right?
So, but I think the thing is, you hit some great points, but the problem is, I think the offense readjust, or they have to, because once they see what other NBA teams have for them, right? Like they didn't know what teams was gonna have or come for them. Now you see they stacking the paint on Brunson. They got guys just standing there, they ain't even guarding Grimes. Right. So with that being said, is they don't have to if he's not gonna make the shot. They would have to put somebody in the game to make the shot because they know Brunson could beat us that way.
I know.
And that's what we're seeing. Grimes is being, but he's not ready for that right now. He's starting at the 2, and you expect him just to be able to, his confidence ain't there, even though his shot don't look as bad as his. I don't know what it is, because his shot don't look that bad. It looks good, then it may look a little crazy because he'll shoot make one, and then I think he shot an air ball or something like that. So it's like
he was trying to, when he tried to sauce, he shot an air ball.
Yeah.
you feel me? You feel me? You remember the play when he tried to sauce, he shot an air ball. That's
Freezy, I'm glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that, because look, remember on the show last time I was talking to you, and I always be bringing up stuff I said about young players and stuff like that. How about Cleveland got all them young kids out there? Bates, Porter, these kids just came out of college. We supposed to cook those guys, bro.
Right.
Supposed to cook those guys. Donovan Mitchell is the only one out there that, even though and you could see it, he was the only one doing anything. I think that's only 13 points.
Player, he a top 10 player.
No, I understand that. Cool. Let's put that over there. But I'm saying cool. But how is these young guys that just coming in the league even able to, like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to slight the Knicks players when I say it. I just like to point out how the league is so, reference to your point, and when you talk about the Josh Hart, even Randall, these guys are small. When you look at the league and see what's going on,
right,
we don't have to sit around waiting on these type of guys. And that's what I think what you was kind of getting at. Because if you can't hit the shot, if you don't have the height, it's going to put us in a bad position. Because nobody can guard or nobody can hit the shot. We don't have length. You got a bunch of guards on our team. So that's why I said earlier, it's nothing against the players, but we don't have the things that the league is veering towards. And that's what made me think about that when I thought about the base, even the point guard kid, that Porter, that play on Cleveland. These guys finding diamonds in the rough, man. If Duke could come in and play right now against guys that have been in the league 3-4 years already, he's going to be all right in the league in a couple years.
And hold his ground.
Yes, and play behind Garland.
Yeah.
And he's going to learn, too. This is another great point, Freeze. He's going to get even better sparring with Darius Garland. That's probably why he's already balling like that, because he's been working out against him in practice. Yeah.
Yes.
And we don't have that. We don't have that. And I don't want to put us down because, look, Garland is who he is, right? And we beat the Cavs, right? But just like you said about Donovan, just because we beat them, that doesn't take Spider from being a top 10 player in the league.
Right.
And you still have some people say they'll pick Garland over RJ because his handle package, because his decision making. And we have to rethink that and say, wow, that's maybe because how these guys are being used. It's more to the situation. But go ahead, I mean to cut you off.
But I'm gonna read Paris Douglas' super chat just real quick. So Paris Douglas, thank you for the generous contribution Paris Ducker says, hard for 30 to play well with his hormones raging. Yeah, Paris Ducker really does not like Randall, bro. And for one night,
He's talking about
man,
Randall?
yeah.
I think he's talking about Harden. Oh, I didn't know what he mean
No,
by that. Then what do you mean?
he said 30.
Hard for 30. Oh, okay,
He
okay,
said
okay,
30.
okay.
See the number. Hard for 30 to
Play well. Okay, I see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So for that one night, I'm with him. Randall looked terrible last night. If I'm
What's wrong with him, Freeze?
I'd be ashamed of him. We don't know. I think it's a combination of Randall and Brunson being off. See, because the thing is we keep saying that Randall looked bad. Jalen Brunson is looking terrible.
Not terrible though. If you can't say Randall looks terrible, Brunson don't look terrible. I think you could have said Randall was terrible, Brunson was a little bad.
Nah, he terrible, bro.
So what we gonna call Randall then? Because Brunson don't look as bad as him. It can't be no favoritism. It's fair.
No,
Brunson don't look as bad as Randall though, right? I'm asking you.
So two people can't be terrible?
They both could be terrible. You're right. I didn't say they couldn't both be terrible, but you said one bad, one terrible, so that just put one on a like a less of a as bad because terrible is worse.
So you hadn't been hearing me because last night I've been saying the whole time Julius Randle doesn't look like an NBA player. I've been saying the whole time.
Yeah, you always keep it real when you see him play like that.
Yeah,
though,
and last night I've been saying Julius Randle doesn't even look like a G leaguer. The past few games, Julius Randle don't even. At some of those performances, I would rather have had Jericho Sims on the floor than Julius Randle. Right, but
what you saying? What's wrong though, Freezy? You was about to say what was wrong. You think? I wanted to hear your opinion on that.
I think what it is it's the new offense. Now the thing about it is the new offense is a modern NBA offense, right? Mm-hmm. The set that I described to you is and before every chat, before y'all judge, hear me out. One of the sets.
You see y'all already.
Yeah, because they're gonna say, but he ain't him. But one of the sets that the Knicks runs is the Chicago set with Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, where LaVine will screen for DeRozan and DeRozan will come around and catch the ball on the run, and they'll have Vucevic diving towards the rim and Zach LaVine in the corner for three. Right. So now the defense has to commit to 5 or 6 different options. Well, you only got 4 other defenders, including the one, or not including the one that's on DeRozan. So now you got 4 people in jeopardy, right? Do you bring your man off of Patrick Williams and Kobe White to stop them in the paint? No, you don't want to give up wide three-point looks to the open side of the floor. You don't want to do that, right? So if those 2 defenders stay home on their man and stay zoned up, you don't have to be on your man, but you could be in between your man and the ball, right? Now you got 3 men committed to like 6 or 7 options, and it's like picking your poison. Do we cut off the lane for DeRozan so that he could throw the lob to Vucevic, right? Or do we commit to DeRozan early? And then allow him to throw the bounce pass to Vucevic to finish at the rim over the opposing team's weak side shot blocker, right? Or do we crash everything and leave Zach LaVine wide open in the corner for 3, right? Or do we show one thing and really be in something else? Do we fake the crash and stay with our man and let DeMar DeRozan shoot mid-range jumpers all night? You know what I'm saying? So we run it. So we ran that with RJ Barrett and Quentin Grimes. And the ironic thing is RJ Barrett in that DeMar DeRozan situation is cooking this season, bro. He's cooking this season. And when they crash, and here's the funny part: when they crash on RJ, 40. That's just Jalen Brunson. Here's the thing: while the offense is struggling, Mitch is not keeping himself available on the roll, right? when he rolls to the basket, he ain't even looking for the pass. And we keep turning the ball over because the easy play is to just bounce past the Mitch so he can yam.
But why you think he ain't looking for the pass?
Because he's not an offensive player.
I think it's because that even if it's new, it's still things that where he don't expect the ball in certain positions, and that's bad.
That's bad on him. It's not bad on the
That's bad
person.
on the team. I'm not blaming nobody. Like that could cause us a problem with winning because you just basically said that this is how the play work, and Mitch is already unstoppable in there, so they gotta honor that. So what that could do is whoever they running it with, they gotta roll with Mitch, and they could leave somebody wide open.
But,
Or if they don't roll with Mitch, huh?
But didn't Mitch say he wanted more touches?
Yeah, I
And
agree.
then so they create the offense to get Mitch more touches, and he not ready.
I mean, he got to get used to that play because, like I said,
Yeah.
Freezy, it ain't me making an excuse. You know that. I'm just trying to make sense out of it. I'm thinking that, like, when a player, and I don't even want to say get overlooked, but when the offense is not designed to get him in fall, for him to just hustle so hard on the offensive glass and do what he do, he did that for a reason. So I think he still got that in his head instead of looking for them to throw him the ball more, because that's what they trying to implement now. So I just think that's a problem that he's dealing with, where he just used to running to the glass, not looking.
Right. Get ready to
I teach
offensive rebound.
bigs. Yes, he's programmed to doing what he did so long, so he got to get used to. Oh yeah, they gonna throw me the ball? Like really gonna give me the ball? So it's like one of those things. But I like Mitch. Like Mitch is damn if you do, damn if you don't. If we let Mitch go, then we're gonna lose a lot of defensive depth
Now,
in the paint.
I'm not saying he the problem. I'm not saying
No, of course not. Of course not. Yeah.
What I'm saying is the Knicks are doing something new. All the stuff that we complained about all summer, it looks as if the Knicks are at least trying to address some of it. Right? Now, mind you, I said all of that stuff, right? Now, all of that stuff happens. You know who should be the benefactor of all this stuff? Quentin Grimes in the corner, wide open for three. And you know who has been the worst player on offense this season? Quentin Grimes in the corner, wide open for three. You know what I'm saying?
Because this is chess. They know Brunson could kill him. They know Randall could kill him. So they're going to have to leave somebody open.
Right.
And I blame Randall a little more because he's staying outside. He's letting the defense off the hook.
Right.
Because he can easily turn, and I see mad players doing this. Easy turn to make it seem like he gonna back him down a little bit, because it don't mean he's backing him always to the rim. He could back him for the little turn, and he do the move when he turn and make the defense foul him when his arms is under him. That's his move. So why are you settling outside like you have an outside package to get you where you need to be? Brother, no, you don't.
Right.
Randall, you don't. So take the dribble 1-2 times to give him your back, and so you could get to your sweet spot. So now what this does is it draws more of a double team, and you're great at passing out of it, and that's what we need. But if Grimes is going to be there, he's not going to be consistent, then that's going to be a problem, because Randall barely want to pass. So what you got to do is you got to put somebody there who's going to make the shot most of the time, or he's going to say, I could have took that shot. I could have still made that shot.
Right.
But every time he can't, because it's a real double team. They know Randall want to shoot. So let's be real and say, you got to put somebody in that spot that's going to consistently knock down that shot. 48 may have to get a chance because we know he can consistently knock down that shot. So it's not about what everybody think about him. It's about if he's on the floor, they can't do that to him.
Right. Yep.
Because Grimes is not making it consistently, and he was 0 for 6. Fournier would at least been 3 for 6 or 4 for 6, maybe.
Or here's the thing: Fournier would have at least shot the ball.
Yeah,
there were times last night where Grimes was in position and he didn't even look to shoot, bro.
Bro, what does that tell you?
It tells me that Grimes may not be it.
His confidence ain't there. Look, if a gunner is in a starting role, and I said this last show, Freezy, if you're a shooting guard, you're supposed to shoot, and you open and you look in the pass, that means his confidence ain't where it's supposed to be. And we don't have time to wait for that, because if you in the NBA at that age already, and you got young gunners coming in, look at what's going on right in front of us. At least he should be doing this firing to build his
Right.
confidence up so he can be
Right.
ready. Because that's what makes you get better. When you're a good shooter, it's the timing on your hand release when you're shooting. And if you have a slight bit of disbelief, it's not going in because you're not doing it in the right amount of time and hand release and everything to make it go in. It's a confidence thing. And when he shoot them like that, he make them. So I don't know why he go from confidence to not having confidence.
To confidence, to not having confidence, to
Yeah, it's
confidence, to
kind of
not having
hard to
confidence.
explain, like, but that means to me, coming from a player perspective, he don't really believe in himself, his shot like that. Just like when he Freezy said he did that move and almost shot an air ball.
He shot an air ball.
And you got young kids could pull that move off. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
Right. And so let me do this just real quick. Paris Duggar, thank you for the
Mhm.
generous contribution. Paris Duggar says Brunson can miss every shot this year, and I trust him. And Paris Duggar, I'm with you on that, bro.
I trust that too. I respect that, Paris Duggar,
yeah, right. And
because
so
I know Brunson is a good shooter.
right. But here's the thing. Historically, Brunson has not been a great shooter because right now Brunson's elite. He's an elite 3-point shooter, right? But he wasn't that historically. What that tells me is that Brunson got in the gym and
worked
turned
on it.
himself into this player,
Yep.
right? But Grimes, Grimes is starting at a better shooter, right? He started as a better shooter than Brunson, and Brunson flies by him now. Brunson's shooting almost 47% from three, but the shooter is suspect, right?
Freezy, you know what I wanted to tell you? Oh, I thought you was done. My bad. I was gonna say, you know what I wanted to tell you, Freezy? What happens? Is it in reference to what you just was speaking about, right? Is it the scouting report? Is it like and that's a problem for us because once they ready for what these players give, they have to be prepared to make what's on the court. Like, even when we talked about earlier with the plays, a lot of times the play gets scrapped because what the defense is doing. You get what I'm saying? So it's like even like with a scouting report, they know what Grimes can't do and what he could do.
Hey,
And even Brunson went through that. But the only difference with Brunson, he's overcoming it. So that's why we could be more confident in even if Brunson missed.
right.
Because the way he's going about it. You know what I mean? So that's why, like, your example of Grimes and Brunson was a good example. But the difference is Brunson isn't hesitating on his shot. And when you know a good shooter start hesitating, then he's not going to make a lot of shots.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Hardwood, let me ask you this. Right now, I come get you and we go out to the park. I'm talking right now. We go out to the park right now and we 5-on-5, right? And they put one guy on you and you cook him.
You're going to want to sign me on the Knicks right now. You're going to want to put me. I could dribble right now on that court better than Quinn Grimes. He's scared to dribble around them things. I ain't saying I could go out there and get 20, but ball handling skills, come on, bro. Any kid supposed to be able to do that, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And hit that shot. 0 for 6, you ain't even make one? Nah, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I can hit shots right now, Freezy. I ain't saying I can play against NBA players, but making an open shot, or even with you running out, I'm knocking that down. And I'm not saying like I played against NBA players. I'm not talking about me and my history, but I'm talking about how you put the ball in the hoop. If you hesitating on that flop, like shooters know what I'm talking about. When you got that floppy wrist, and that floppy wrist is going into that follow through. After you do them legs right and don't move that ball, that's going in. So they need to get me over there and teach them guys how to shoot. I don't see the follow through going on time to where it's the floppy wrist follow through going, the hand going at the right speed into your follow through and staying up. That's what real shooters doing. And they not doing that. Brunson is.
Right.
When you look at Brunson 3, he's holding up that follow through. He's really shooting it. You got to be in that zone. Look how Spider shoot.
Right.
They know when they get there, they got to do. It's timing, and it's like when you open, you can't rush because you open. You got to make sure you execute. And
Right.
that's why I know Grimes is too much of his nerves is messing him up from execution. It's not that the talent ain't there and he trash and none of that. No. Think about what we saying. We talking about on an NBA level.
I got you, but what
No,
I'm
not
saying
you,
is
Freezy. We speaking to the chat too,
we
because I
speaking
know
to the
you
chat.
understand everything. We speaking to the chat. We talking
Speaking
on
to
an
the chat.
NBA level
Right.
so that you understand why we critiquing him and what he's supposed to do. And then what you guys could do, look at the level of talent that we're dealing with kids you seeing right now in these games that you never heard of that could do things. Think about that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people never heard of Grimes before he got to the Knicks. I know Grimes' story.
I
He was
know
at Kansas. He was projected to be a go in the draft a year before he even went in the draft. So he did have some issues. Him and Coach Self didn't get along.
That's what he messed up at. If he would have went to Duke with RJ and Cam Reddish, then he would have.
Hmm.
It would have been a different story. But
Yeah, he was on ESPN Top 100 too.
yeah, he was the top point guard in that class, right? But
Hmm.
anyway, my point though is if I put Hardwill on the thing, and they bring two dudes that's 350 pounds and out of shape up to trap Hardwill ain't gonna pick up his dribble or
Nope.
get nervous. Hardwill
Mm-mm.
gonna sauce both of them fat boys up and make a
Yes.
play somewhere. Quentin
Hmm.
Grimes though is when you closing out on Quentin Grimes with Dean Wade, that's supposed to be a poster, bro. When you legit got when you got Max Strus closing out on Quentin Grimes, there's supposed to be a poster somewhere. Max Strus,
Yo, the Knicks got Matt Strus paid.
right?
He's a bum. I was saying it last night all game. He's a bum. He's stealing money. Who over there running Cleveland? They bugging. Matt Strus is a bum.
Bro.
He's a bum.
When you
Dean
got
Wade is a bum.
you got George Niang closing out on Quentin Grimes, and ain't no posters going on nowhere.
It's supposed to have been a movie, Freezy. I said it. These
It's supposed to
guys
be a
are young.
mixtape.
Bates, even though we won last game, cool. I mean, in Cleveland, Bates, all them young kids, Porter, that young kid. This supposed to be a movie, and this is for where Grimes is supposed to be having his come out party. This is supposed to be Grimes come out. Yeah, you starting, bro. This is it. They giving you this opportunity. He ain't cut for it. I'm convinced that Grimes ain't the guy. I'm sorry.
Hardwell, think about this. Remember the plays. Remember the action I outlined. RJ and Grimes stacked in the corner. You know,
Yeah.
all that stuff. Blah blah blah. All these different options, bro. Now you take out RJ and you put Josh Hart in there, and all Josh Hart in his mind, all he wants to do is the dribble handoff part, so that he can go and slash. Because Josh Hart's a slasher. He's not really. He don't want to shoot. He's a physical guy, athlete, energy, aggressive. He wants to mix it up, right? So when you got Josh Hart doing in RJ's role, right, and Grimes is coming around the screen to play make, right? The first time he does it, or I'm sorry. So they ran it about 7 times for him. About the 7th time they ran it for, and 7 times is not a lot, by the way. But about the 7th time they ran it for him, he turns the corner and throws the lob to Mitch. You remember that last night? Where he turned the corner, they left Grimes open for the midi and covered Mitch, and he threw the lob to Mitch anyway, and Mitch still caught the ball and dunked it.
So yeah.
Right. So he made a bad decision. He's supposed to pull up right there for a 15-footer, but he threw the lob. Right. And then they run it again. And then everybody clears out because the Knicks are like, okay, because think about it, if you see your mans do it, now when you see him coming, everybody get out of the way. The defense jumps in front of it, right? The defense jumps in front of it. So now he over there by himself, saucing somebody up and shoot an air ball. That make you think that man's shaky, bro.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's shaky.
He's shaky, bro. He's shaky, man.
Freezy, he young, but he ain't that young, right?
No.
He in the perfect position to be what they put him in place to be. Right. I think the Knicks just kind of misread a lot of the players, and they didn't look at. Yeah, like you have to look at what's coming in, and start to really say, if these kids could almost do what this kid can do, like think about it. Like I use that move you said, for example, right?
Right.
You'll see kids doing that in the NBA, free younger than Grimes.
Right.
Kids you don't even know.
That's high school
Come
stuff
on,
that
man.
they got
But
they
he
got
not.
him doing.
But that kid ain't starting. Grimes is starting. So
Right.
that's a problem for me. Grimes is just a good off the bench player for this team at the position that he's in.
Right.
And I think the Knicks mismanaged this team with not developing the right way. And what I say by that is you yelling and like how they, even though I ain't making excuses for Obi, because Obi is who he is, but you yelling and coaching these guys like if they playoff experience or they know how to do this.
Right.
I mean, that's not really it. I think that don't work for all players.
But
Sometimes those guys,
New York is a tough place, bro.
yeah, and it's like cool.
New York, you got to be a certain type player to thrive in New York, bro. Like you got to be a certain type person to be from New York.
Freezy, you got to be good, Freezy.
Well, that
Freezy,
too. That too.
that's
That
the
first.
main thing
That
in
first.
basketball.
Right.
Think about it, Freezy. We don't have a young guy besides Brunson that we really think is really good. Even though RJ look like he's improving, but I don't look at him like he's really good.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's no high, it's no upside. Like the length.
Right. You
Or
don't
could
have
you
a crown
imagine him in
champ.
2, 3 years? Could you imagine? That's what we need. And that's what I mean by they're not looking at the type of things that's up and coming. And I
Right.
think when right now you can't really win a championship, you have to pivot and say, okay, at least maybe 4 years from now we could if we go and get something out the draft that we could say could be a part of our future.
Right.
Like when are the Knicks ever gonna think about the future and not just with these guys, the future that's coming into the NBA?
The unforeseen future. They got
Yeah.
to think about the unforeseen future, bro.
Because we've been out of the loop for so long. I think that's what the Knicks fans deserve. Real talent.
Right.
You know, like a tall shooter could do it all. There's players now like that. Look at the
Bro.
Thompson twins. Look how Detroit, I talked about it last time, how they doubled back and knew they wasn't gonna win. They went and got another player. A lot of teams did it. Dallas did us dirty. They went and got Lively.
Yeah. Oh my God, bro.
You see what I'm saying? He's a future piece for them. And all they did was sat their players and didn't even probably ain't even really hurt them.
They
Because that
tanked. They
player is
got.
worth more.
They tanked. They got fined for it, bro. They tanked. They got fined for. They like we know the fine coming. We don't care.
And they did that on purpose to us because of the Brunson situation.
Right. Right. They're like, yo, we already know. We already know what it
That was
is.
smart. Why we don't get down like that? We New York. Why we don't pull some shit out? Because we too busy selling false hopes. We too
Right.
busy selling false dreams. When real Knicks fans know that's not it. Let's go get some players that we know that we can pair with Brunson because he don't play D.
Right.
Put somebody at the 2 that could play D and shoot and pass. Something. I don't know, man. I just feel
Right.
like we got to look more at the talent that's starting to come because these kids can really play. And I
Well,
don't
that
want them to
dude
get
Derek
lost.
Lively that you mentioned, the
Hmm.
dude Derek Lively that you mentioned last night, right? He had 7 points, right?
Hmm.
But he had 7 offensive rebounds, 13 total. That man had 6 assists, 2 steals, and a block last night.
See, and the reason why I bring this up, Freezy, because that's a great example of how we talking about new talent, right? And
Right.
this is another way, what reason why it's a great
And
example.
he's
Because
19. He won't be 20 until
see,
next year.
and the Knicks, and I mean, and Dallas did that to us to get him.
Right.
Jason Kidd sat his players down
Tank.
when they could have won that game, and they tanked.
They tank. Right.
And we sitting here worried about the rules and all this and all that. This is New York, bro. We need to wake up. These guys is doing this because this draft that's here is gonna have these type of players. This rookie had all those rebounds last night. Imagine that kid 3 years from now. If they move him, they're gonna get a piece to help them win a championship. You get what I'm saying? These are
Derek
pieces
Lively?
that is movable to where as if they'll keep them forever because they that good. Their upside. The key word is the upside is there. So another team would give away an all-star because they know they're not gonna win, right? If Dallas want to start to really go for a chip. So that's 2 different ways they came off getting these young players. Because another team will pick him up and give away a guy that they feel like ain't gonna get them to where they thought they was going. And they want to pivot now.
Right.
So we're just keeping ourselves in the same type of situation, bro. We have nothing nobody wants, and then we got Brunson. We ain't getting rid of him, but it's like, when are we gonna go and get some pieces that's so great that fans can just be comfortable about? That's what I'm trying to say in a nutshell. Took me a while to get there, but it's so many different ways we can explain it. Freeze, we can have an 8-hour show.
I know. And the thing about the lively kid,
Yeah.
is through a handful of games, he's putting up Mitchell Robinson numbers.
Mm-hmm.
At
Yep.
19. At 19, he's putting up Mitchell Robinson type numbers.
At 19. I'm glad you said that because you're giving them a better example. Yes,
Right.
at 19.
19. That man won't be 20 until next year, bro. Like February.
He the same age as Stephon Castle. He just turned 19 yesterday.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So ultimately, I'm not trying to give away Mitch. That's not what I'm saying. Right. But what I will say is for Grimes not to be able to do certain things and the Knicks and listen, we can bash Tom Thibodeau all we want, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when that man clearly makes an adjustment to get that man and Mitch involved, right? Clearly through systems trying to get Grimes and Mitchell Robinson the ball, and one dude's not looking and the other dude's not assertive, aggressive, bro, there's nothing a coach can do. Well,
Yeah,
the
he
coach
tried.
changed his entire offense. He scrapped an entire offense that he'd been running for 3 seasons to get more people involved, and Grimes out here looking like an Eggo waffle.
Is
Right?
that to help those guys, Freezy, from being doubled and stuff like that?
Yeah, it's to help Brunson and Randall.
Brunson and Randall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But and Hartwell, think about this. This is the thing I'm saying to the chat. When you change your offensive system, you have faith that your all-star and your best or second best player will be able to figure it out and assimilate into the new offense that you put in, because those guys are already good. What you're trying to do is make the guys that are not as good more impactful, right? And through the transition, Brunson's shot looks terrible, Randall looks terrible, but the other guys you're trying to feature, they're not even stepping up. So now it looked like you changed the offense for nothing.
For nothing. It's like what you said last season about when guys felt like, why give these guys the ball or why look for these guys if that type of thing is happening. But now I think Tibbs implemented because the cat is out the bag with Brunson and Randall. So dudes is going to be ready for that. So that's why I said it helps prevent the double team. It helps, keep those guys ready and keep them guys engaged. Because we also talked about how if they're not getting the ball as much, then they not playing as much defense, or the team ain't really playing together the way they should. But you got a great point, because if he's implementing these things and it's not working because those guys ain't picking it up, then who do you blame now? Now, I gave a great example why Mitch ain't picking it up, because he's so used to just crashing the board so much. He just can't believe that they actually got a little couple plays for him, but that's not an excuse.
Right.
That can only happen once or twice because you've been in the league long enough. And if you're saying you want the ball and now you get it and now you ain't looking for it, it's like Freezy said, they add this offense in here for nothing, and that looks bad on us.
Right.
Before you know it, the shot clock is down. Now we forcing up a bad shot.
Now we forcing up a bad shot. And now you got Brunson frustrated because the ball is not in Brunson's hands. Now he watching a dude on the other side of the floor fumbling. The screen ain't on time. The guy's not sliding to the corner on time. When the ball is headed to the paint, he's not relocating. Bro, how you spend all that damn time with JJ Redick and Penny Hardaway, right? And then when it comes time for you to relocate, you still stuck in the corner.
Crazy.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Now if you Brunson, you frustrated because you like, Coach, what we doing out here? Why are we running this mess? And if you're Randall, you're like, okay, I'm watching them guys on that side of the floor. I'm on the weak side of the play, spotted up for 3 on the wing so the paint won't get congested. And then I see this dude turn the corner and then jump in the air and throw a bad pass to somebody, and then it's kicked to me. Then I got to create something with 6 seconds left.
Mm-hmm.
And all Knicks
that
fans,
happens a lot.
And as soon as Knicks fans see it, they can be like, "Oh, there you go, ISO Randall." Well, what happened? What about the other 18 seconds before that? There you go, man. Brunson never passed. Right, you just kicked it to him with 7 seconds left to go against a scrambling defense. Now he can't even read. He got to break down the defense, all this stuff in 7 seconds, and now we like Brunson ain't John Stockton. Right.
That means that the help ain't really good enough help.
Right.
Quickly might have to be in that starting lineup because Quickly looking good, and I think it may work because Grimes ain't that bad, and maybe coming off the bench he'll have more confidence. Maybe he'll need to be on the court with Randall and us. And Quickly maybe could because he ain't gonna be hesitant. And he still could pass, but Quickly just gotta have a balance. He can't just come out there and just start jacking with that unit.
Start jacking.
Yeah, but that may be good if he know that, because then we'll get it better Quickly. Because Quickly do that on that other unit because you know they need him to score. But if you think about what I'm saying with that offense that we speaking of, Quickly could make those shots because he ain't putting up so many, so he should be ready, and that helps Randall and Brunson because that's what we speaking of.
But
things that Tibbs created.
Though Quickly is improved. Quickly is the offensive player we have right now. If you go by the stats, if you go by the numbers, Quickly is the most efficient person we have right now. Him and RJ.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
RJ
That's big.
If you just go by the
Who would have thought that, Freeze? Coming into this season. Who would have thought that?
The new offensive scheme, bro. The new offensive scheme where you get the floor spread out. Mitch is not always in a dunker spot, clogging up the paint. Now you get Mitch up higher on the floor, pulling the other team's center away, where you could throw backdoor cuts and all that stuff. Mitch will never be a 3-point shooter, okay? But when you
I think that hurts our team. But we love Mitch, but I think that hurts our team. But go ahead, I'm listening to you.
Right. But when you pull Mitch a little bit further away from the rim, when you give RJ 5 or 10 feet of clearance where Mitch is not there, that's huge, bro. That's huge.
I always said that.
That's why he's more efficient because of the new sets that Thibodeau and them are running. And I'm not gonna listen. Do I like Tom Thibodeau's offenses traditionally? No. I think Tibbs' offenses are built for a superstar like Donovan Mitchell and Derrick Rose.
Facts. Right, thank you.
Right. But my thing is at least this year you can see he's trying. Right.
Yeah.
He's like, I just got to play the cards I'm dealt. Is basically what Tom Thibodeau is saying in my mind, right? So he's running the Steph Curry, Klay Thompson 3-point sets where Steph starts out in the corner, right? And Klay will come and set a ghost screen, right? And then be off on the wing for 3. But Grimes will get that look and not shoot it. Like if you're the point guard, right? If you're the point guard and say you are ready to pass me the ball, but you see the back of my jersey, you assume I'm not ready for the pass, right?
Yeah, you don't want it.
Yeah, is that hard will fault? No. That's my fault for not being ready for the ball.
Yeah, because if I throw it to you and it hits your head, then it's my fault. On me, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So it's like it got to be like that IQ thing where you see your teammate, y'all connecting. He see you, you see him, he ready, he gonna catch it.
Right.
It's that little eye contact, that little.
Right.
And if he know you anyway, he ready for that.
Right.
Because he know you can make that play. But that's the problem with this Knicks team. It's not a lot of confidence in players making plays for each other.
And to be honest with you, I don't think we have enough playmakers on offense, period.
Yeah, and that's why they added those guys, I think, too. Because we do just want to, do what they do. Which I understand. They got their own accolades. They trying to all-stars, all NBA.
Some guys that's not built for. I mean, man, listen.
It's not good though, Freezy. It's not good to come in a game like that. Like I tell my players, my nephew, my niece, He play on a high level. I tell him, don't go in the game saying you're gonna score 20 points.
Right.
You go in the game, you help your team win. Like they wrote an article about my nephew the other day, and they asked him, like, what do you think coming into a championship team? Is it pressure on you to want to have to win again with them? He was like, nah, because all I got to do is grab a rebound, push the ball, and I got great players beside me.
Right.
So that's like showing you already he taking the pressure off himself
Right.
by just playing basketball the right way. So when he got to get hit a shot and do all that stuff, it's going to be easy. And that's how I teach my kids too. Like, don't go in there thinking you got to do all that because the game got so many ways you can help your team win. Rebounding, making plays, and the scouts is going to recognize that stuff.
Right.
Because everybody could put the ball in the hoop, but it's who could do the other things and put the ball in the hoop is who they looking for.
Right. Right. Can you make adjustments to what the defense is doing? Because the defense gets paid too.
Yeah,
right?
you can't pre-predict your move. I always say that.
Right.
You don't know what the defense is gonna do.
Right. Right. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. My thing is I know Randall is playing like crap. Right.
Mm-hmm.
He looked trash. Last night I called him the Manchurian candidate. He looked like somebody else is controlling his body. You know what I'm saying? That's what Randall looked like right now.
Something wrong with him.
He
Like you don't want to be here.
Yeah. He looked checked out. Right?
Yeah. Why though? I thought he was cool.
Yeah, and Jalen Brunson's offense looks terrible. Outside of the 3-point shooting, Jalen Brunson's offense looks terrible, bro. Outside of the 3-point shooting,
I think it kind of woke up last night.
Okay.
His mid-range is impeccable. Like, remember we agreed with, like, he could miss, but we don't mind him shooting because he take high percentage shots.
Right.
And we like, it's not easy to convince New York Knicks fans that you really could do it like that. And I think it don't take us long to see who could and who can't.
Right.
And Brunson convinced us quick. And I think he's solid. There's no cap there. That boy's solid. He be making shots. He don't even celebrate. He come there for business.
Right.
If he had a little more height and things and different, he'll be even better. But you gotta appreciate him for what he brings because you're gonna have taller guys than him that don't bring as much as he brings.
Right.
And it's not better than him. So you don't gotta always compare every player's height. But just know the Knicks need more height. We don't gotta get rid of Brunson, but we gotta get rid of some of these regular sized guards. Like it will make sense. We gotta help this guy.
Yeah.
You know? Even DD and Hart is too small if you ask me, and they kind of rushed and paid those guys.
Right.
I don't know. What is that? A family thing, Freezy?
Yeah.
Family love.
Yeah. That's one of the things. That's what I'm saying is beef in the locker room too. Right. Like how
who beefing?
The Nova Boys versus your homegrown talent, bro. Like how you rush out. How you rush out and pay these dudes? Think about this. If you're Emmanuel Quickly, right? If you're Emmanuel
Quickly, like I ain't fucking with these niggas. I hear Quickly now.
Yeah, quickly, like yo. If you're Emmanuel Quickly, why would you settle for? If I'm Emmanuel Quickly, I'm like yo. Either I'm starting or I'm gone. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because last night I watched Grimes, bro. Like, what is this?
And you starting Grimes over Quickly? That's bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's bad.
That's
why?
Right.
Why? Like, why y'all even doing that? It don't even make sense. Because y'all don't want to pay Quickly. And y'all know Quickly want to start. That's the real problem. But see, you only could put somebody in that position over Quickly that really deserve it.
Right.
And it's not Grimes.
But you know what, though? Here's the thing. If you're Quickly and you watch the Knicks invest $242, they invested $242 million into Quickly's position, bringing dudes in front of the house. $242 million, and then when it's Quickly turn to get paid, they like, nah, we need to wait and see.
Yeah, and they screaming loyalty.
Yeah, bro. You brought in Brunson, who's a great player, by the way. You brought in Hart. You're paying him $92 million over the next 5 years, and you're paying DiVincenzo about $50-ish million.
You couldn't have gave 20. You couldn't have gave 20 to Quickly then, Freezy. You said Hart got that, so you could have easily gave Quickly $20 million a year.
Right, that's what I'm
That's crazy.
So because think about it. If you're RJ and Randall and you hear this Nova Boys thing every day, every night, Nova Boys, Nova Boys, Nova Boys, Nova Boys, right? And you've been here since the mud. You've been here since the mud. You've been here
I
since
noticed that too.
you.
I noticed Randall kind of looking funny with the Nova boys. Like he didn't really want to give them the ball. Like he was kind of seeing that they was being Villanova on the court with the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
you know how you play on the court and there's three close friends and they just start looking for each other.
They're looking for each other.
And Randall noticed it, and I caught it, but I was like, "What's going on? What's going on?" And I'm like, "Yo, these are grown men. Like these dudes want to win. I don't want to start looking at stuff
But
like
they
that.
also
But if
but
you
they're
say
also
it's something
human.
going on,
But they're also human.
yeah." And then Quickly's point of it is more serious than the funny sides of it that we joke of. But the
Right.
Quickly piece is serious because I would hate for that to go down that way because we letting talent go like quickly if we don't pay him for somebody like Hart. And they bring two different aspects of the game. Don't get me
Right.
wrong, but Quickly grab rebounds too. He get long rebounds. He do a lot of stuff coming off the bench, just like Hart is. So that's kind of like a toss up to who you like better. I would probably take Quickly, honestly, in
Right.
that case, if we had to pick a player, because
Right.
of the fact of what you made, the point you made earlier on Josh Hart. He's really stuck in position, and when I look at it, I look at what the NBA, how they handled him in the NBA, like what position the teams put him in. That means his handles and different things weren't on a level to be at the three or the two position, but his height fits those positions. You see what I
Right.
mean? They wanted to put him in a position where he has an advantage, where he can use his speed against fours and stuff like that. When you see them trying to find ways for you, he's not all that talented on the offensive end. He just bring other things to the game. That's why earlier I understood what you were saying about him. I just
Right.
wanted to. I was just saying that we needed what he brings to the game on this Knicks team
We still
because it's
need it.
only
Yeah.
one basketball. Yeah,
Yeah.
but as far as Quickly or him, Quickly's better than him. Better
Right.
you better believe that. Whoever don't, they just caught up into whatever they caught up in. But Quickly's better than that boy, and we'll see it better Quickly if he had a chance to start. Last season when he had a chance to start, he looked way better because it's a confidence thing with him.
Right.
It's like, oh, y'all don't believe I could do it. I'm gonna show
Right.
y'all I could do it, and then he'll go out there and show out. And I think with Randall and them on the court with him, he won't be able to shoot as much as he could in the second unit.
But his assist totals will go up. Right.
Oh yeah,
And
big time.
last night, one of the things that we saw was quickly diming people up and them blowing layups and stuff, wide open shots to the point where
Yeah.
you can see quickly was visibly, bro. Ain't nothing worse than trying to be professional and trying to exude the correct body language, and you know your man's is messing up.
That's
You know what I'm
hard to
saying?
do. Yeah, I know
You,
what you
you,
mean by that.
you know what I'm saying? You know your man's is messing. You kick out to your man's, he wide open. He got 10 feet of shooting room, but a guy is closing out on him fast. Instead of shooting the ball, he pick up his
Mm-mm-mm.
dribble. He tried to do something, then he pick up his dribble, and then now he kicking out to Hartenstein. What the
Mm-mm-mm.
fuck is Hartenstein gonna do with the ball 23 feet away from the basket, bro?
And he shot it.
Come on, bro. What are we doing?
What are we doing? I hated that play. When I saw that shit, I said, man, Hartenstein is not a shooter. Come on, man.
Right,
Even if he was working on that, he would have been hitting some already.
right,
Like
right,
it's a lot of shit we do. It don't make sense, man.
It don't
And we
make
playing
it.
against a sorry ass Cleveland team that we supposed to just.
This was to mop the floor with
And
them.
we beat them in their building and let them beat us in our building. I think that explains us right there.
Right,
It
right,
don't matter if we had Barrett, like you said, because they got a bunch of nobodies on their team, man. Donovan Mitchell scored 13 points for them in a
bro.
row. And great, he's 10th in the tenth all time NBA right now, top 10 rather. Cool. But
Right,
if you know that, then come on, you got 5 against 2, 5 against 1.
right, right. Yeah, man. It's frustrating. It's frustrating when you get your Brunsons who are spotting up away from the ball and are wide open on the floor. You're shooting 47% from three, but the ball handler can't get you the ball unless they pass it around the perimeter. Like, bro, like you supposed to turn that corner
Crazy.
and dime up Brunson for three. Brunson been net open. Yo, if you in the NBA and you wide open on the floor for 2 or 3 seconds, that's forever.
And like
You
you
know what I'm
said,
saying?
you can't dribble the ball and go by in this NBA, then you shouldn't be on. You shouldn't be in that position.
And you can't kick out to Brunson who's wide open. What are we
You
yo,
can't
what are we
dribble off
doing?
bigs like you said. You can't pat and get and make that big about to break his ankles or twist his legs up
Right.
to get him in a space to make more help come and then throw another kick. That's really all what it is. You don't have no package. You
Right.
cannot be a shooting guard, bro.
Nah. Yeah.
Especially not with Brunson. That's not really gonna pass a lot.
I think something's gonna happen, bro. I think that man gone. The Knicks can't bench him because if you bench Grimes, his value plummets. Right? And cats like me, cats like Uncle Freezy are waiting for them to bench Grimes so that I could start screaming, that's the cat y'all held out the Donovan Mitchell trade. I can't wait, bro. Because sometimes I get petty, bro. Sometimes I can be petty, right? Sometimes I can be, you know what I'm saying, Petty Murphy. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I can be petty Pendergrass, right? But if Grimes is not the guy and you held him out of a Donovan Mitchell trade, head should be
Yeah.
rolling, bro. Head should be rolling. Right.
I never understood it. I argue with Worldwide L on the show about it. They
Right.
believe in grounds. Obviously, he's showing them. Bro, I say obviously when it works. These people do things just to prove that they know what they was doing. But if it don't pan out that way, it didn't work. I don't care what you say. It did not work.
Right.
It did not work.
Right.
First of all, Grimes at the rate of an NBA player, Grimes getting this opportunity, we're supposed to see way more. It's a lot of players in the league we could have in that position that will be playing better than Grimes.
Right.
Just because he's our baby boy, he's a Knick, we drafted him and all that. Call it for what it is.
Jay Boogie was right.
What
Jay
he
Boogie
said?
was right. He Kevin Knox.
Oh shit,
Yeah,
Kevin Knox.
Jay Boogie was right.
No, look, the one thing about Kevin Knox though, he still got a job, and Kevin Knox got that height,
Yeah.
and he could shoot the three.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he'll
Knox wouldn't
survive in the
hesitate.
league, and he wouldn't hesitate. See,
Knox
Grimes
wouldn't
have a
hesitate.
problem in the league if he ain't on the Knicks. Let me tell you why. He ain't tall like that. He played like somebody owns something. I mean, maybe Tibbs owns something. I don't know. Listen. He's starting right now. We gonna see. I
Right.
don't think he deserved to start. I never thought he did. Never. He never showed me nothing. I don't know what they seen in the off season. And then I heard it was a lie that he was off the table in the spider thing. That he was just injured.
Oh, I
I
ain't
don't
heard.
know how much truth that is, but I
I ain't
heard
heard.
that was the situation. Because you know why I believe that more than him being untouchable, it was no real reason for Grimes to be untouchable. When Spider came in and had 71 last season, you mean to tell me Grimes showed you something to make him be untouchable, and Spider came out and had 71? Ain't no workout show you that. Ain't no summer
Nah.
nothing show you that. So they just, I don't know what they did, man. Grimes was hurt, and Grimes just couldn't go because he was hurt, and that could have slowed down the situation if somebody wanted Grimes, maybe.
Right.
Or they's like, nah, I'm not giving up all these pieces for Spider when we have a bunch of the same type of pieces. In that case, it's worth it.
Right.
Quickly, Grimes, RJ, all these kind of players play the same type of role in game, bro.
Right. Hey, the ball don't lie says you was high on Grimes before the season started. What happened? Actually things turned in the preseason. The game where Grimes scored 27 against Boston, I was like, yo, this dude can't turn the corner. He don't have the athleticism to because I know and it's gonna sound wild. It's gonna sound mad OD, right? But in that game, Grimes scored 27. I thought he should have scored 50, right? Because
Mhm.
everything they ran was for Grimes, right? Everything. And then Tibbs was like, you know what? This ain't it. And he took everything away from Grimes and just started featuring Miles McBride in the second half.
Wow.
Right. Right. in that game. If you remember, that's the same game that Miles McBride went 6 for 18. Miles McBride took 18 shots in that same game, right? So my thing was if he is a shooting guard that can't really be that guy like what we thought, because for years the conventional thinking was, well, the reason why Grimes doesn't do it is because they never give him the chance. You ever heard that, Hartwell?
I
Give
think
Grimes
it's
a chance, give him more touches.
you know what it is, Freezy? This is what it is. I think he playing pretty good defense on these guys, and they see that in the future he could be a good two-way player. Let's not just let that go away without mentioning that he is playing great D on these players that's been in the league. That like him to guard Spider that way. I seen signs of it last night. They are looking at it like if he could figure it out with his shot and his stuff that he is coming along with, he already got the defensive side. And then you got to think who we talking about. We talking about Tibbs. Tibbs want guys that could guard the ball. That's the only thing I could think of why Grimes is, you know what I'm saying? And then maybe in practice in different situations, he's more comfortable. He always played the same type of D. You know what I'm saying? So they like, cool, he got the defense. Let's just hope that his offense pick up to where we need it. And we don't need him to have that much offense because Randall, Brunson, and RJ
quickly
is already shooting a lot.
Right.
So they feel like they cover his offensive, inefficiencies or whatever, like as far as
for the time being. Give him
for the time being. We only got one basketball. And then that shows the point of them bringing in those other guys too. Guys that are gonna make the right play more than those guys. When it comes to playmaking, the Villanova boys, they will make better plays than those other guys because those other guys have problems with sharing the wealth, which is the basketball.
Right. My thing on Grimes though is they ran the play that everybody is running. Sacramento runs it, Golden State runs it, Chicago runs it, Denver runs it. The Lakers don't run it, but the Clippers run it. The Clippers will stack Kawhi Leonard and Paul George in a corner, right? And Paul George will screen for Kawhi Leonard to come around the top to get the ball on the run. That way he can throw the lob to somebody or create in that mid-range. And if you double team, then you got Paul George relocating for a wide open three from somewhere. Mm-hmm. They ran that play against Boston at least 20, 25 times for Grimes. And Grimes couldn't turn the corner, so he stopped and shot threes out of it. Right? But for that off, those are supposed to be dunks at the rim. Those are supposed to be dunks at the rim or at least middies, right? When RJ runs it, he's getting layups at the basket and mid. And chat, if y'all think I'm BSing y'all, have y'all seen RJ Barrett shoot mid-range shots this year? And if you notice that RJ Barrett is shooting mid-range shots, that is a byproduct of what Tibbs is trying to do with he and Grimes. Grimes is not that guy. Like everybody. Like, for instance, everybody is not going to be blazing fast with foot speed, right? But can you be nice enough with your handles where you can still get to those spots? Can you work your defender and still get to them spots? Grimes can't do that either. So he's not an amazing athlete like Zach LaVine who can get that and get dunks, right? He doesn't have insane handle where he can get that.
And his shot is not great.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. He don't have it all. You can see it, and the handle should be the simple thing. He's not that tall, so why his handle package ain't really like it? He got to work out with Brinkley. He got to get a trainer that's gonna get his moves.
Yeah,
because the defense is playing him on the ball like that. That's the thing. See, when they respect your shot too, they're gonna be on you. But this the thing. If you could go by, then they can't go on you that way. They have to come out on you cautiously. But if they know you're not going by, they just close out on you strong and know they got you.
Yeah.
See, defense know you. That's part of the scout report. And when they guard him, they see what he can do, what he can't do. So that's why you see him have more bad games than good. Because he didn't work out on the things that he can't do. He's still letting the scouting report prove that he can't get around those plays or through the simple play that the defense is giving him.
Right.
And you point it out in different scenarios.
Right.
So that's not really saying we don't like him. We trying to understand why he in this
But did you see the
position.
way? But you see how Boston run it? Boston runs
But
dual
they got the
action on.
plays.
They run the dual action on the same time. They'll start Brown in one corner, Tatum in another corner. They'll bring a guard down, maybe Derek White on one side. They'll bring Porzingis or something on the other side. And when they run it, Derek White sinks to the corner, right? Porzingis floats to the wing, and the guy, probably Al Horford or whoever that's on the floor with them, will make a decision who he give it to, Brown or Tatum. And listen, and it's not whatever choice. And Horford is not that type of guy. What I'm saying is, if the defense is shading towards Tatum, they give it to Brown, and when the defense is shading towards Brown, they give it to Tatum. That's as simple as it. It's a simple read. Whoever's open, get it to him. That's all the read is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the Knicks tried to run that. When the Knicks try to run it, right up top, when you got Mitchell Robinson up top doing it, and you like Mitch, Mitch ain't nope. Mitch is like, I'm doing a dribble handoff to the first person that come here. You know what I'm saying? You see it. You see it. Mitch, and if you ain't if you're not, and here's the thing, Knicks fans, this is the same. You seen Jericho Sims, Hartenstein, and Mitch do it. If they're not coming around that screen fast enough, the big will dribble to them and give it to them. Take the defense to that guy. Bro,
But remember, that hurts us too, Freezy. Like Mitch, it's no option with. Yeah, that too. But I'm talking about like with the NBA now that we spoke about earlier. They got bigs that could fake the pass, turn, put more pressure on the D, make another play or score. Mitch kind of standardized us too because he's just trying to rush that handle.
Mitch did that last night though.
Yeah, but it's rare. I'm talking about the talented big man that, can make so many more plays than Mitch can. And that's why you can tell how valuable Mitch is to us. Because he clog our paint. They found a way to get him out of there, but we still need him in there because we getting outboarded when he's not in there.
Right.
So it's like, we need Mitch, but we don't know how much Mitch hurt us. Right. Because he clog our paint and you got other bigs now that can step out, hit the jumper, dribble the ball, do all type of stuff that would make the defense have to react to, and Mitch don't bring them dynamics. That's another reason why we need more agile bigs.
Okay.
Kind of like Hartenstein, but more fours like that too. More threes that have height that could dribble the ball. That you could put on different players. That you could just scramble your lineups because we got too many guys that we know where they playing at. You can't say he could play 2 or 3 positions on that team.
Right.
That's a big problem for us.
I think the
roster ain't sexy, man. It's not sexy.
No.
It's not.
No, man. But I'll tell you.
I love my team though, but
I love them, bro. But I'll tell you this, Hard Will, though. I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna keep it a stack just for everybody. And I know it's gonna sound unreasonable. But if you run that play and you have Brandon Ingram in it, Brandon Ingram averaged 27 points a game here with us.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
You know, so Brandon Ingram would average about 27 points a game just out of that set alone. Brandon Ingram and RJ together both would average 20 out of that. Would Randall average 20? I don't think so. Randall would probably be about more like 18 and 12 rebounds, right? Brunson would probably be about 25 and about 8 assists, right? But the fact that Grimes is not the type of player that basically basically what I'm getting at is if Grimes is a net zero on offense and Mitch is a net zero on offense, basically I'm talking about shooting the basket. I'm just talking about shooting basketball, right?
Yeah.
Then a defense with 5 people only have to guard 3 people.
That's a fact. And that's what's going on. That's how they can get doubled.
Right. And that's why you have Jalen Brunson looking frustrated and Randall looking frustrated. You know what I'm saying? So
That's why he brought his boys in, Freezy.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because he feel like they can make shots, obviously, that these guys can't. And you have to factor in that they got paid. He got those guys paid. He didn't just bring them in. He got them paid before guys that been here. So obviously they know that these guys can't cut it. And Brunson complaining. And I think it ain't all about the complaining part. It's more about like, they already know I'm talented and I'm gonna always draw the defense attention. And that's the same thing for Randy.
Right,
So it's like Creasy said, 3 on 5, when you got two guys on the floor you don't gotta worry about,
right.
that makes it rough for us to
That
win.
makes it
And
rougher.
that's how we lose a lot.
Yeah,
Just imagine them having to stay honest on Brunson or
right,
stay honest on Randall.
right. Or
Randy could
on
take the
RJ.
yeah. Yes. That changes the whole dynamic.
Right, right, right.
But they
Yeah,
can't.
it's yeah. And then the Knicks have invested $250 million
Mm,
in Brunson, Hart, and DiVincenzo. Right, quarter
mm,
of $1 billion in Brunson, Hart, and DiVincenzo, and so it impedes the ability to upgrade or help Quentin Grimes.
hmm I
You know
agree.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It,
it does.
it's tough, bro.
And Quentin Grimes should be behind. He should be coming off the bench behind an all-star caliber player. It's just like how we said the young kid at Cleveland playing against Garland. That's just a small example, but if you get a decent shooting guard here and keep Grimes, I think Grimes would be fine. You
Right,
know, one thing that we ain't really look at too is that the game has evolutionized so much and it's so fast now that before you know it, Grimes could be one of them guys. He just being pushed out there right now, and I know he not ready. So it's like you expect something from somebody. Why? That's the same thing I said about Tibbs. He
right,
never had nobody in front of him that really knew how to get them nowhere for him to really learn, to
right,
spar with in practice. You got a bunch of guys all trying to prove themselves. So I don't blame Grimes. He's just in a bad situation.
right.
I think keep him and get a shooting guard that an all-star caliber shooting guard with some length and let Grimes learn behind him. And I
Okay,
think him coming off the bench with Hart and those guys, he'll be good because he probably won't be as hesitant as he is in the starting lineup. When I don't think he deserved to even be in the starting lineup.
okay, okay. Pause right there for a second.
Okay.
Yo, yo,
Salute, salute, salute. What up, Freezy? What up, Harwell? You was
Yo, what's
preaching.
good?
Salute to
mad,
the
Salute.
chat.
mad frustrated, bro. Mad frustrated, bro.
Hey, I'm agreeing with everything that Harwell was saying.
Right,
Like we have no versatility on this team at all.
right,
We got a bunch of guys that do the same thing. And
Hmm.
when you talk about like them signing Dante, I think the writing is already on the wall that like they just knew they weren't going to be uncomfortable paying quickly whatever it is that he wanted, and they're essentially like dangling him because extending him would just lower his value in the trade at this moment.
Hmm. I agree.
So like they're just unfortunately like the whole aspect where Freezy was talking about like we had guys that we were developing, and then in the same process we sign a bunch of guys that do the same things as the guys that we were developing, and they're getting paid more. They're getting paid more than Quickly. They're getting paid more than Grimes. Like
Hmm.
you don't do things like pay Josh Hart that amount of money for what he does. Like no offense to Josh Hart, he's good. He's a good basketball player, but when you're looking at this roster, it's like it's redundancies that you're seeing. We're
Hmm.
already a solid rebounding team. You kind of don't need the extra rebounding. I would take a guy that can shoot or that's not hesitant when they get the ball in the corner, that wants to pump fake, dribble, 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 and then take a fadeaway mid range shot. It
Hmm.
it's just frustrating. And the part about Grimes is like, yeah, like too much may have been bestowed upon him a little too early, just given to him. Because to be absolutely honest, we I don't think we had the necessary players to put him in his normal place or role where he's coming off the bench just to be a
Yeah,
bench
there
guy.
was
Like
nobody in front of him.
nobody,
Right.
nobody, nobody legitimately in front of him. And then if they were to be absolutely honest, if they were to bench him, it would be for two guys. They would put Hart or Dante in front of him, not even quickly.
But RJ could have went back to the two. If that's the case,
Yeah.
I mean, RJ could go back to the two. Then who's at the three? They put Hart at the three.
I
Like
mean, I mean, at least Grimes ain't starting at the two. You have more experience shooting guard at your two. That's one of the most important
I'll, s-
positions. Even though
it,
now the league got all these big guys that could do so much, but the shooting guard is still that position. Like you got a guy who don't want to shoot at your shooting guard. Not only don't want to shoot, he ain't doing the main dribble attack stuff that's standard for the NBA. That's standard. Even anybody's supposed to be able to do that.
If you're a guard in the NBA, bro, there's
you're not
certain
Yeah,
guarding your
things that
title.
just you're supposed to be able to do before you get to the league, bro.
He just lacks. I don't know if he has to grow, but he doesn't have a killer instinct, if that makes sense.
Not
Like
not on offense.
not on offense, not for sure, not on offense. Well, defense, he'll whack the hell out of someone
Yeah.
and be all over him. But I don't want to compare him completely to Frank. But it's like guys have like even if he hits a couple shots, he'll be hesitant. And when we say like move RJ to the two, sure. I mean, in theory, yes. But like when we go by last year, those lineups of RJ at the two and Hart at the three, it didn't work because Hart was also hesitant
To shoot.
offensively.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you can't have guys scared to shoot or guys that teams will ignore from the perimeter, ignore from the corners.
Okay.
And when they had Josh Hart out there when we played the Miami Heat, all they did was ignore him, use his guy to have damn near a foot in the paint.
You have to play center field, kind of. Yeah.
that's what Freezy was just saying. Yep, you're right though.
Yeah.
And if they did close out, they would do like a half close out. Josh Hart's over there hesitating, like
Right.
bro, you 6'4", listed as a guard, but he's also a guard that doesn't really do guard stuff.
And
Unfortunately,
I don't even have an issue with that. Like a guard trying to do center stuff. I don't have an issue with that, right? Because personality dictates who we are, right? Like you could be 5'11" and think you're a giant, right?
right?
Whatever.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Or you could be like the eighth fastest person on your track team, but you think you're a sprinter. I ain't got
Hmm.
no. I don't have an issue with that, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I don't have an issue.
Yeah.
What I have an issue with is
But
like
like
Will
I
was
was gonna,
saying earlier when people get
okay.
miscast.
I was gonna
Hmm.
say, Freezy, even if it's a miscast, our roster composition isn't built for his skill set to matter that much. Like
Mhm.
we have Mitch Robinson is the best offensive rebounder in basketball. Randall averages double digit rebounds, and they're both guys that want to be in the paint.
Right.
It's just redundant at that point. Like a
Right.
guy like Josh Hart's rebounds is supposed to be supplementary to like offset the fact that you have like a stretch big that's not always
It's
in the
supposed to
paint.
be icing on the cake.
Right.
Josh Hart is supposed to be icing on the cake.
It's
But
like his skill set isn't necessarily complementary towards our best players on the team. So
right.
when he does play, he has to play with the bench unit because he does like the things that he does not
Exactly.
fit. It does not fit with our starting lineup, which is why our offense
Yeah.
Or
looks so
any
terrible.
starting lineup, bro. Josh Hart
Any
is
starting lineup.
yeah,
I'll,
Josh
Yeah,
Hart.
I'll,
it's
I'll say
true.
that I'll say this, Freezy. It'll fit with like the Celtics or something when they have a stretch five out there and he could just roam around in free space. But
Are
we
you
don't
talking about
have
in
that space.
stretches? Are you talking about in
Nah, he's
stretches or
not an
talking about as a
Al.
starter?
You talking about him playing a five? What you mean?
No, 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 no. When he's on a team and the center on that team is a stretch five,
Right.
That way he can roam around in space more often. But the places that he want to go are the places that Randall and Mitch are already at.
Right.
You're right.
He's
And
not
RJ.
he's not helping them with spacing. He's
But
just
we need him
bringing it.
anyway for our bench, Dre. Anyway,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what me
yeah,
and
yeah,
Tweety was talking
yeah.
about earlier. Sometimes we talk about him wrong because if he's just a bench player and you know he's good for your bench,
He's
then
getting
he
paid a
can't be
lot for a
bad.
bench player though.
No, but I don't. You know why I never say when somebody getting paid a lot because I would have to know everything, the details. Like we don't know the TV deals, all the stuff like. That's why the union make the owners report the money and stuff like that. So I don't really say what a player deserve because that's the market.
Uh,
I
uh,
don't
uh,
think they paid him an extra 50 million because they think he nice like that. It's just not really that. You know what I'm trying to say, Connor? I'm trying to explain it the best way.
I
Like
got what
it's
you're
based
saying. I
upon
think
his the market, the value, and then you know what I'm saying? That's how
I'm
that
not gonna
goes.
hold you. I'm not gonna hold you. I
I
don't
think
think
Quickly
anyone would.
deserved the 20 million too. But go ahead, my bad. What you said?
I'm not gonna hold you. I don't think anyone would have paid him the amount that we paid him.
No.
I
I'm not gonna
don't
hold
think
you.
so. There's some dudes around the league that not better than him or on the same level to be fair got paid. And there's some dudes I was naming last week that I remember that just got paid. It's dudes on different teams that, you know, we don't even see that much, but they're not like that. You know what I'm saying? So
I mean,
I
but
think
it's
it
like
just goes by the market to be fair.
it definitely goes by the market, but it goes by the type of player you are. Like for instance, if Josh Hart was 6'8", he would be getting paid 140 million
Yeah.
without
Yeah, I
question.
agree.
The other
But
teams
some players aren't 6'8". What's Josh Hart's height?
6'4".
6'4". Yeah.
And he plays 6'6".
It's
Guarantee he plays 6'6". Because
you
if you
play.
could even put him, if you could even put him at the four, and he don't get really killed to not even get on to see if he get on the court, real we'll be still talking about pro. So
Right.
that's the
He
point I'm
plays
making. Like
against. Remember, he plays
we
against
gotta always judge him as a bench player, but still in all, right? He's still getting on the court and in that position. Let's just say, and I said it earlier, Dre, that
yeah.
to me, that's not good in this NBA because we got guys who could do more than him that's taller than him. You know what I'm saying? But we
That
still
yeah.
got to give him credit for holding his own, being undersized in that position. But I
I,
looked at it like I told Freezy, as teams finding a way for him to be able to excel because he won't be able to do it at the three because the three got more speed. You get what I'm trying to say?
yeah.
Like they break it down that way for a reason to put you in a position where you best can excel at. And that's why I don't think he didn't do that well yesterday. But go ahead, my bad.
I was gonna say like I agree with you to a certain extent, right?
Hmm.
But when you go around the league and you look at like what the contenders are doing, and then like what they're purposely doing, if you're a hustle guy, they draft a guy, and they lock him into a contract for 4 years that don't really get paid much. But we haven't drafted anybody in the last few years.
Hmm.
Like I'll put it this way, like Christian Brown off the
Nuggets.
Nuggets, right?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
his sole job is to be a hustle player, be a conduit player, get rebounds, pass the ball, shoot the open shot. It's the same thing we asked Josh Hart to do, essentially. And if you look at the numbers, they're almost identical number wise. But the problem is, Christian Brown is making like $1.5 million,
Pennies. Yeah.
and it's like it's not that Josh Hart isn't deserving in his payday. It's just like it's a misallocation of our money because our money could go in different ways in terms of making a complementary roster. But when you have like the Nova inclination, we're just gonna pay guys that fit or
So you
guys that
blaming
make
Kobe Altman? Not Kobe Altman. You blaming the capologist? What's his name? The Brock Allah?
a little bit, but I think that's above his pay grade. Freezy. He doesn't make that call. Like I think we target specific guys. Josh Hart is a good basketball player. Josh Hart is a good NBA basketball
Right.
player.
Right.
Hmm.
He would have a place in this league regardless if
Right.
he's not on the Knicks. But when we get like when your calling card is hustle and playing really hard,
Yeah.
that'll work in the regular season. But when we get to the playoffs, everybody's playing hard. And
Everybody's
and,
playing hard.
and when
Yeah.
you're
Fact.
playing hard against teams that have guys that are 6'7", that do the same things you do and exerting the same effort as you, and it might be more skilled than you, then you're put behind the 8 ball, especially if you're drafting those guys and they're locked to a contract for 4 years, getting paid pennies. Like I'm not mad at Josh Hart for getting his money. You can get
No.
his money. I'm
Hey, of
mad
course
at
not.
I'm mad at the organization for not having a foresight to being like, yo, we need to actually draft somebody
Yeah, no,
instead of
that's a great point. Like, what's they
just
plan if
kicking the
they
can.
spending money like this, though, right? That's what you're saying. Like, what's they plan if they spending money this way? It's kind of sporadic
Right.
to me. I don't get it really. That is money, but
Yeah,
do it make
I,
sense? But I
I'm
think he
not
is a
mad.
player
I'm not
that
mad at
fits
John.
with a better team.
That's
That's
what I'm
OC's
saying.
earlier.
Like if our roster was like set up like quote unquote the modern NBA, then
Hmm.
he could be out there like not like Grant Williams. Grant Williams can shoot the three ball well, but Grant Williams is usually put next to like a spacing big or something like that where you can function.
How big is Grant Williams though? Grant Williams is what 6'3",
He's
about 205.
no Grant Williams about 6'6", 6'7".
No, Grant Williams is 6'6", 240. I know.
That's a big boy.
That's a big boy, right? Yeah, yeah. So when you comparing him and Hart, you like
You can't.
You can't, but Hart
that,
tries to be more fit. Like I remember Freezy kept pointing out, like in the playoffs, what was it Bam like had a mismatch or something, and Hart just decided, yo, I got Bam,
right. What are you doing?
and then Bam just immediately did a
He
spin
brought
move
up the
out there.
same thing, Freezy.
Bro, I'm saying we were watching the games live, bro. We like
Yeah.
Josh. Listen, Josh. We know that Bam is killing Randall, bro. We know that Bam is killing Randall right now. Randall is out there injured, right? Obi, he out there killing Obi. He killing Obi, and Josh is like, "No, man, I got him. No."
And then he cooked him too, right?
Yes, Josh, you too little. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. The dude has a high basketball IQ, but sometimes that dog is,
Make
you
you
know what
He's
I'm
crazy.
like
saying?
he's like Scrappy Doo, man. He's like, let me at him, let me at
Yeah,
him,
scrappy dog. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
and he tried to insert himself in big man business when he really not a big man.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying. You know what
that's
I
what he
mean?
did.
Yeah,
That was a bad
like when
move.
they ran the pin down on Josh Hart, and in fairness to Josh Hart, they ran the same play for RJ, for Grimes, for anytime they got anybody who was on Jimmy Butler, they ran the
Hmm.
double screen, the double diagonal screen. Max Strus and Jimmy Butler both coming across the lane at the same time. Max Strus in front, going to the wing, the threat for three, and when it shifted defense to the 3-point shooter, it left Jimmy Butler down low on Josh Hart underneath the rim. And all Kevin Love had to do was just dump it down to Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy Butler just scored over Josh Hart. But in fairness, that wasn't a Josh Hart thing or a Grimes thing or a Quickly thing or an RJ thing. In fairness, the Knicks just didn't have any 6'8", 6'9" wing defenders to
And
guard
then
Jimmy
when
Butler.
we saw Jimmy Butler play in the finals against Aaron Gordon, he looked very mortal.
Yep.
You gotta at some point you gotta fight fire with fire.
Right. Right.
You
At
can't
some point.
you can't just keep trotting out the undersized guard and expect him to do big wing things. It's just not feasible. It's not feasible. You can play super hard in the regular season,
Right.
but when you get to the postseason and everything is magnified and everybody's playing hard and everybody got the game film and the game tape and knows
Right.
all your traits and all
Right.
your tendencies,
Right.
at some point it becomes is my gun bigger than yours?
Right. Right.
Some point is like ultimately you doing it's your artillery up to point. Like
Right.
it's like Harlem Nights. Stop shooting that little. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
stop.
Right.
Put that little
Right.
gun away.
Right. And no disrespect to the Knicks in that case, because Miami also had smaller wing players. Like Caleb Martin was not a big wing player. He's like 6'5", right? About 215 wing athlete, right? But we didn't run the same play to get a pin down for Randall under the rim with Caleb Martin on him. We didn't run that. Right. And so that for that reason, I think Tibbs has I'm not gonna say destroyed the old offense. I'm gonna say he put the old offense on mothballs. So now we can get different types of mismatches on offense. Because Mitchell Robinson is not going to turn into Dirk Nowitzki overnight. So now you have to scheme for Mitchell Robinson and Grimes to get open, right? I think the evolution of this offense by the time February gets here, I think the offense is going to look fantastic, right? The only thing about it is what Knicks fan you've ever met has patience like that.
I mean, I can be pretty patient and rational. I think I can, but
They got to at least
reality-
show potential. That's all.
I mean, the first few games, man, you saw the potential in terms of spacing and like us shooting well from three. And even in those first two games, Randall didn't play well.
Neither did
Yeah.
Brunson. Had one great game. Out of
Yeah, every
five.
other game has just been meh or bad. And I'm not exactly worried about Brunson because a lot of the shots he missed were the same shots that he hit. Like I saw a statistic, it was like Brunson is shooting like 28% on layups, and floaters count as layups. So
Right.
and he's just
Right.
been missing his floater, and that's a huge part of his game. He's been shooting everywhere except for the paint.
Is it because the defense is more prepared for him? First, you think?
I think I would say the defense is more prepared for him, but to be absolutely honest, it's not like he's getting guarded like he was against the Heat.
Right.
Yeah, but
Like
you know it
teams,
ramp up in the playoffs. It ramp up in the playoffs, but I'm
yeah,
just
like
saying.
the intensity ramps up, but like teams are not that intense in the regular season, just normally, naturally, right?
But I think like too, the point I'm making is like when your schemes or people know who your main guy is,
Yeah.
they have guys waiting for him, and
When
then
you're
it's harder for
expecting,
him to get off. Now this is the stage where he proved if he's really the truth. Even though last year he can't had a come out party, he had a great year, but this got to be an all star year, and you got to still be able to cook
right?
regardless of their schemes because once they make schemes and you start to miss, then that's on you. In
I'm,
reference to like you don't gotta shoot those if it's a double. That means somebody's open.
right.
And that's like
You
what
got
Freezy
yeah,
said. He's not a balanced point guard where he's looking to pass, but just because you shoot so much, if the shot ain't there, you have to pass. That's just how the game works.
mhm. I was gonna say
I think
like,
it's more
yeah, go ahead.
complicated than that, bro. I
Wow.
think it's simply Brunson is struggling because Grimes has regressed. That's what I think it is.
So his passes ain't assists to Grimes, basically, because it would be more of assist. And then he got to look to shoot more because he can't look to pass the Grimes in them situations.
I think Quentin Grimes is a boxer that has stopped punching.
Damn.
Like he all defense and instincts now. Like he ain't throwing no punches,
You say he
but
stopped
you're
punching.
not knocking him out either. He just dead in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Like bobbing and weaving. But
You said
he's no threat. He's no threat offensively,
I,
basically.
I saw a clip the other day where Mike Brown saw like his man Keegan Murray turn down a three, and he immediately turned around and was like, "Yo, sub
Right.
right now." He
Right.
was looking for a sub
Right.
because he
that's
believed in
crazy.
his player more than Keegan believed in himself.
Right.
And literally within 20 seconds, Keegan Murray took like a contested three and made it, right?
And made it.
And then he put the sub right back down on the bench.
But that's
Right.
coaching.
Right.
Like
Right.
I'm gonna be real with you. Like I don't think Tibbs put the necessary battery in Grimes'
Yeah, we
back.
don't have that, man. We got Tibbs over there with the scrunched up red face saying, fuck, shit, Christ, Lord. You could just read his look at him every time. He got his arms full. He walking up and down. Fuck, Lord, Christ. He's saying all those things, bro. You can't be cursing to yourself having a strategy at the same time, bro.
Right. Right.
Mistakes come a part of the game. You gotta have strategy to try to avoid more mistakes. But when you getting mad, like, just look at him. I be looking at him, just wanting to see.
I'm saying
Christ,
like I'm saying like Will,
fuck, whatever you be saying.
you coach basketball. Sometimes
Hmm.
your players need a battery in their back. Sometimes they need confidence.
No, but that's why your example was perfect with Keegan with Keegan Murray and them, like, because he's building those guys up. That's the difference with Tibbs. I said that earlier. He rather just yell at a guy and expect the guy to know it. No, teach him. You ain't gotta yell. You still teaching him because you're taking him out.
Right. Right.
But not yelling and getting emotional keeps you focused as a coach to be in the right position. I had to learn how to not be emotional. My team started out losing because I had young guys that I taught, and these guys, other teams been playing all together longer. Some guys have better talent. We had to learn how to win. So I used to get mad, but it wasn't my anger that helped me. It's you staying focused and seeing how you losing and adjust. But anybody know when you get mad, bro, it's hard to think. You getting
Right.
frustrated. So now you thinking emotionally.
Right.
That man don't sit down. He got his arms folded. He's red and he's yelling curse words through 20 minutes of the game.
I was gonna say like the psychology for sports is strange because like Tibbs mentioned quickly where he can take that time type of beratement
Right.
and he could get through it. Like he said, Calipari cussed him out like a dog when
Yo,
he
Mhm.
was
I
in
saw
college.
it. I saw Calipari cuss Tibbs out. I mean, cuss quickly out for 8 straight minutes, bro. Right? The Calipari was so tired he needed oxygen, bro. Do you know the little pump oxygen things? Calipari was so tired, so exhausted, he was pumping the thing for oxygen, right? But the thing about Quickly is a fighter pilot. Quickly is built for New York City, bro. He built for it, right? He built for it. And then when you bring others here that are just coming to support their guy, they not necessarily built. Listen, Emmanuel Quickly is only built for Cuban links. If anybody understand the reference that I'm talking about, right? These other guys like Grimes is not built that way, bro. Grimes is a
And
hard
quickly
worker.
is. Freeze, you
Yeah,
always told that story. I believed you. You was right about that too, because I started looking.
bro.
Him and quickly had a connection. That's why I don't understand why he didn't get paid too though.
It,
Bro,
I'll
I
say I'll
saw it.
say
I
this.
was in Colonial Life I was in Colonial Life Arena, 6 rows up from Calipari. Right, you know how they have the 5 rows. You know how they have the 4 rows, and then the little walk thing, and then the next row. I was in that next row, right behind Calipari, bro.
Hmm.
I was right. I was right there. I saw it
Yeah.
in Colonial Life Arena, Gamecocks versus Wildcats, bro. I saw it with my own eyes, and when I saw it, I was like, "That's what the Knicks need right there." Because like everybody else, just like everybody else, I was there to see Tyrese Maxey, right? I was there to see
Hmm.
Tyrese Maxey. And like, yo,
Yeah.
this Maxey cat is. But when you saw Quickly, bro, you were like, yo, Quickly won me over that night. Because Calipari cussed him out and on the way back out, Quickly walked Calipari to the thing where Calipari sat down before Calipari sat down and jumped back up and quickly patted him on the ass. Thanks, coach. And quickly went back out and scored like 7 straight points.
After
Yeah,
he yelled at him.
yeah, yes.
And Tibbs do the same thing. Remember remember we used to talk about that too. When Tibbs he laughed at when Tibbs was going crazy, foaming at the mouth, and quickly started laughing. That's why you say he built for Cuban links.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Some
But
Every
why
people,
they
player
ain't sign that man though, Freezy? Come
every
on. He dealt with all that adversity and all that. He's supposed to get signed there, man. That's crazy.
we
y'all
got
hit,
Dante to do that, bro. That's why we paid Dante.
right.
Because if we decide to move over quickly, then we have the quote unquote two-way smaller guard that can play alongside Brunson. But in theory, but I think that's what they really signed him for. But to get back to the other point,
That
with
was a
saying
friendship thing.
yeah, for sure, but it makes sense from a roster construction standpoint, at least a
I
little
don't
bit.
really see it. I see him coming
If
off the
you're
bench, but I don't
if
really
you
see it. Like what he
if
played
you're
at 2, right?
I'm saying like if you're replacing quickly, it makes sense. Like if you're gonna not pay quickly,
Oh, okay,
then
okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, okay. I see what you're saying.
like if you know that you're not gonna pay quickly, then yeah,
That's
which I
even more.
think
That
they
make
made.
it even more grimy, right, Dre? The way you said
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
If you know you're not gonna pay quickly, at least you got a stopgap in Dante DiVincenzo, and you got a bunch of
Hmm.
draft picks. That way you can reset the rookie scale instead of paying quickly. If that's your plan, then Dante is the stopgap, right?
I was
It,
Hmm.
gonna
it,
say yeah, my fault, Freely, but to get back
okay.
to the point before, Tibbs isn't dumb on that either because he knows who to talk to in specific ways. It's the reason why like Tibbs would talk about RJ in the press, or he would get on RJ on the court, and RJ can tolerate it because he came from like Coach K, and like he has a father that played professional basketball. So like the perspective on RJ is like he can tolerate it, he can accept it. He doesn't talk to Randall that way because some players are just not mentally made up to accept criticism in that way on a public forum. He may talk to Randall like privately, but he holds guys accountable in different ways. And I don't think Randall can like handle it mentally. Like if he's talking about like remember when Tibbs said RJ needs to just be in the gym, take a bunch of shots, and he needs to be better and blah blah blah. If he ever said that about Randall, Randall would check out. I'm being dead serious, Reezy. If he said that on a public forum behind a microphone, like he know your mic is muted.
No,
He
no, no. I'm
know
good.
I'm saying he knows like specific players can handle it and specific players can't.
But you
He
got to
would,
know how to press buttons, right?
yeah.
Because for instance, with Randall, you can't yell at Randall because Randall is already on edge. Bro, you didn't see when Kevin Garnett was talking trash to everybody on the Lakers and Randall threw the ball off Kevin Garnett? Like, what you gonna do? What? He like Kevin Garnett was talking. Yeah, it worked. I'm gonna do all that stuff. And Randall threw the ball off his back and looked him in the face like, "Oh, you was talking, but what are you gonna
Do
You know what I'm saying?" So with Randall, Randall ain't that type of. Randall is more like that guy that's like with the short fuse. What you see it because Randall have meltdowns all the time,
I mean he
or used
smacked the
to.
iPad out there.
Yes, right. Like you ain't just gonna. You just not gonna. You're not gonna just talk at Randall like that because for Randall it's beyond basketball. As soon as you come crazy, it ain't even about basketball no more, right? But the thing about Randall is how you get Randall better is if you say like if I'm coaching Randall, I'd be like, man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I've been watching tape of Chris Webber. Man, that dude Chris Webber is nice. If we had a Chris Webber on this team, bro, can you yeah, and we out here in the free agent market looking for a dude that could be a Chris Webber. Randall immediately take that little bit of stuff and his whole workout thing, he gonna be working out like a beast in the offseason, come back 250, 6'9", 255, shredded like LeBron.
Mhm.
Right? You ain't got to yell at Randall. You just got to like when the thing with the story he told about Kobe Bryant said these dudes are trash. Did y'all see that?
Yeah.
When when Kobe come in the thing and he like, Jew, what am I supposed to do with these dudes? These dudes are trash.
Yeah, I saw it.
Mitchell
Y'all
Rice,
making me worse.
yeah, they supposed to be making me better. They making me worse. And then he walk in there to talk to Julius Randle. He like, Juju, what I'm gonna do with this?
I think he said that subliminally, talking about some of these guys too.
Yeah. So like with Julius Randle, Julius Randle is built different. Like Julius Randle has very thin skin, and that's why he's a great NBA player because he's got everybody. Everybody in the NBA got talent, bro. Everybody in the NBA has talent. Now, how you tap into that upper level of talent, right? How you tap into that upper level is what when you start getting into the motive. Kobe is like talking to Julius Randle with a broken leg. Like, bro, these dudes out here is making me worse. So you say that you say that in front of Randle. You know what that does to Randle? Randle come back for their second season, shredded in shape. Y'all saw the pictures. Y'all saw the pictures of Randle's second year Randle. He just looked like an average NBA player. That third year of Randle, where they was like, yo, you might have to play some five. That dude came back with 6-pack abs, everything shredded, everything, bro.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, yo, some dudes just get motivated in different ways, right? Some dudes get because quickly when coaches are in my mind with quickly when coaches are yelling at quickly, it's all outside noise. Quickly, just like I ain't even worried about what this dude's saying. I'm gonna just go out here and do a certain. Not saying that he ignores people, but he take it all in. Like you yelling like Hard Will could be yelling, but quickly's not listening to the yelling. He's listening to Hard Will's words. Right? He listening to that man's words. He's like, okay, all right, I got you. But and for those that don't, quickly started coming. Quickly was the SEC Player of the Year over Tyrese Maxey. People forget about that.
He used to doing that.
Yeah,
He used to channeling that shit because you got to know how to do that.
Yeah, you gotta yeah, man. So yeah, the people motivated different ways. Like RJ is got that quickly thing with him. Also, RJ internalize it, like use it for fuel. Like, oh, you think I can't get the rim? Watch this.
Right.
I mean, it's just part of it, man.
And kids being yelled at, growing up, being coached, so they basically understand that, like Freezy said, you could block out the negative parts of it and just get the information. And to those guys, it's a business. You can't be all in your feelings because you get a paycheck and you get a huge one. So if you want you in your feelings, that mess up your bag. So you got to just know how to take whatever they say and just keep moving. I give Quickly credit for that. He does that a lot. He still go out there and do what he do. And you got to appreciate that. We having a problem with Grimes hesitating on his shot. You know what I mean? Think about that. So it's like we talking about a future for players, but they can't do things that they supposed to be doing at this point to make you feel like the future is bright.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
and truth be told, not quickly, but Grimes has been through the same thing a number of times. He went to Kansas. He wasn't the guy. He had to work. He transferred. Houston. He wasn't the guy. They're like, bro, you not a point guard, bro. You too slow to be a point guard. Right? They moved him to the 2.
Yeah.
He got better. You bring him to the Knicks. You're like, yeah, Grimes, you really not that guy.
He caught in position because of the size factor, Freeze, too. He's short.
He was supposed to be the right-handed D'Angelo Russell. I remember when he was coming out, they was like, this dude is just like D'Angelo Russell. Right? And I was like, D'Angelo Russell, he looked bigger. He looked bigger than D'Lo, and maybe he was. I'm talking about thicker. I'm not talking about taller.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, but Grimes just may not be it. I think we might have to come to the conclusion. I'm recalibrating as we speak. I'm taking in more and more information as we speak.
The jury is out on Grimes right now.
Yeah.
At least for him to be, I vote him as a bench player. I'll keep him, but I feel like he should come off our bench. Even right now for Quickly. Why not? Let Quickly go earn his money, right? Y'all already did that to him. Why you don't give him a shot and let him start? RJ's hurt. Even if you're going to put RJ back when he come back, let Quickly start for now. See what you get. Bring Grimes off the bench. Because that keep Quickly in a little more control, and maybe Grimes will come out of his little funk that he's in playing with the stars.
Bro. I'm gonna flip out when it happened, bro.
I saw a statistic before last night's game about Quentin Grimes. I'm gonna read it off. Like Quentin Grimes' usage rate this year sits at a paltry 11%. 8 different Knicks have more than 100 touches this season. Grimes is not one of them. Brunson has 323. Randall has 284. Barrett has 204. Quickly has 166. Hart has 149. Hartenstein has 113. Robinson has 109. Dante has 104. Grimes has 97.
Dang, behind all those guys, Freezy at the 2 guard. Jeez.
Players who have attempted more shots than Grimes this season: David Roddy, Keontae George, Josh Okogie, Tumani Kamara, Malachi Burnham, Jordan Goodwin, Zaire Williams, Dorian Finney-Smith.
Yeah,
like
Zaire's nice.
That's not a Tibbs issue, right? That's a Grimes issue, bro. The shots part, that's a Grimes issue, bro.
But you can't get shots up if you don't get touches.
Nah, he get touches though, Jay.
Right.
But I'm saying
Randall passing the ball, Jay. I ain't going front.
Yeah,
but he's ninth. But like touches is like a tangible stat. Like he's ninth in touches in the team.
That's why you got to look at that more carefully. Like we was talking about that, right? It's only a reason for that to happen, and the reason is we talked about this on the last show. It's because it's like somebody waving you off or something.
You got to get
over. Because you can't. No, hear me out. It's because you can't do things in certain positions of the floor, and it's being pointed out now.
Right. Yeah, all you do is stand in the corner.
So what that happens is if you see him having low touches, that plays a part in it. Because it's like Why give him the ball and we know he don't want the ball in this situation? We already talked about how fast the shot clock get down.
Right.
So it's like if Grimes he gotta get out the way or they waving him off. That's a part of it because his confidence where they may give him the ball out of position, he can't go and create nothing. Which that's what we were saying earlier, which should be the standard. We're not saying go finish, put the ball on the floor and attack the rim, make the defense react to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it. Yeah, look,
Simple.
what Fuji said is 3-on-5 on offense. It's a fact because we have guys that don't want any parts of the ball when it's in offense.
And what about Quentin Grimes waving off people so he can go get his?
He's too
We
timid.
don't factor these things in when we have this conversation. When
He do that
when
too,
Randall's
yeah.
coming to him the ball, he like, no, I got him.
How
You
many
don't
times you
see-
seen RJ wave somebody off on a pick so he can get a mismatch?
I seen Randall. I seen RJ get exhausted from waving. RJ waving off everybody, bro. I saw
But
him
he
wave off
doing good
Melo, and
though.
they ain't never even played together.
But we don't have the same problem with RJ and Grimes. That's the thing. It's a different situation. If RJ's picking up and producing the way he is, that means he got a right to do that, or while he was doing it, he got better at it. You know what I'm saying? Grimes it ain't really there yet. He's still, a couple years behind, I think, or a season behind. He needs this season right here to get the jitters out. He got jitters, man. He's seeing the rim. He pump faking. Like you said, even Josh Hart, too much pump faking ain't good, bro. Shoot is shoot. You in the shooting guard position, my guy.
I think Knicks fans have seen enough. I think Knicks fans have seen enough of the Grimes thing, right?
Mhm.
Of they want to upgrade now, and I'm telling you, if Tom Thibodeau sends Grimes to the bench, I'm gonna be on Lawrence Tears 24 hours a day, bro. If they
It's gonna
send
be
Grimes
bad.
to the bench, well, I promise you, I'm gonna try to be on Lawrence Tears 24 hours a day. Grimes has got to be a star for us, bro.
Grilled Grimes sandwiches.
Bro, live
Damn.
on air.
You bringing back the Grimes ham sandwich.
Live
You
on
called it a
air.
long time ago, Freezy. You just was trying to get a man a fair chance because it's like I understand though, coming from our standpoint, it'd be too early on to call somebody like that. And I think we gave a fair assessment. Like he just was thrusted in a role that he's not prepared for, and he's getting a
The
lot of
same thing with
backlash.
Obi. But the same thing with Obi. You
Yeah,
can't tell me
that's
we
true.
didn't develop Obi Toppin when Obi was the college national player of the year, and we got to
Mm.
teach him basic stuff. You 23,
So,
you
mm.
the national player of the year, and we got to teach you basic stuff.
Freezy, usually when you draft
So what does that mean though? The team didn't use him right? I don't know. That's kind of confusing, Freezy.
it means like he was a late bloomer, but some late bloomers are different. Like Obi's late blooming had to do with the fact that he was just more athletic than everyone else.
Hmm.
Well, when we talk about like guys that come out of college in 2 or 3 years and they're not super athletic, like for instance Keegan Murray,
Hmm.
they already have the fundamentals down. They know how to play basketball at a cerebral level. So you don't have to think. You could just put him out there. You don't have to think. It's why he started his whole rookie year. But Obi had the physical advantage. He never really fought the game or knew how to play the game from a team standpoint. All he like even now, all he does is leak out and sit in the corner for three. He doesn't know how to do anything else. He doesn't really know how to pass. He doesn't play defense for sure, not from a team standpoint.
Hmm.
Like like when we talk about Obi, like I think it was just a bad move on our part in terms of talent recognition and having a view and a goal for where a guy's supposed to go. He just wasn't that, and we screwed up. Because if you're
Obi
Yeah, I
looked
don't
taking
think
like
we
a
should
man.
have picked
He
him.
looked like a man amongst boys in college.
yeah,
He was
and
a
it took
bad pickup.
and it took him 4 years to do that, or 3 years to do that.
Right.
He was a bad pickup all the way around because
If
Obi.
Obi was 19 or 20 doing what he did in college, he would have went one or two.
Right. Right.
but the fact that he was doing what he was doing and it wasn't really necessarily a skill or IQ thing, it was just him playing and being physically better than a lot of his his.
And Anthony Grant's offensive system makes guys look great, bro. Anthony Grant makes
Yeah,
guys
and
look.
college was weak, but you still got to step up your game. You was a high draft pick, but I think the Knicks dropped the ball picking him, not like knowing what. I mean, I can't say knowing they didn't know what they was like what Randall was gonna really do, because I think they were still in the position of, do we have something? Do we need to rebuild it all the way? And they when they had a good couple seasons with Randall, they just decided to stay with that. And Obi didn't learn how to get himself on the court and do other things that to help the
Lee,
team.
Lee,
You
it's
have to
not.
always say, yo, this team had mad opportunity, bro. Like, think
He
about it.
had
Like,
3 he was supposed to. He had the opportunity. He was supposed to imprint to the point that we had to move Randall.
nah, he can't do that, bro. It was I think it was just up against him too much to pull that off because like I said, Randall kept getting back into his bag. He got better. He had all-star seasons. Once Randall had the all-star season and we made it to the fourth seed, we started getting better. They was Obi couldn't do that. And that's what probably set him
I'm
back.
saying that's
But
what
y'all
I'm
talking
saying.
about two
I'm saying
different timelines, though. You talking about two different timelines,
no.
though.
I'm saying this is what I'm saying. If Obi was 80% of what Randall was, they probably would have moved Randall.
Yep.
But he wasn't anywhere close.
Yep.
Yeah, but you gotta factor in what Randall did because you had to have a different perception on Randall. Even people who didn't like Randall had to give him his props. He actually earned to be in that position when they went with him. Like I can't knock them. And then you see what Obi doing now and just how Obi is. And I already knew that because Obi didn't find other ways to get himself on the court. This basketball is a business. Just because you like to do X, Y, Z, that's not working. Now get your game better. Like what we saying about Grimes. Get your handle, get different things that other players on this team don't got that you can implement that they need. That's what players don't do. So you want to just go to a team, hopefully they style of play fits yours. Like it don't work like that.
They're not.
While
I'm
you
saying,
getting better, I'm not saying anything rough to your take, Jerry. It's just in general what I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah. I got
While
what you.
you getting better, in the whole in these other areas of your game, that makes you an all around player. So you can adjust and adapt to different offenses or whatever offense they're gonna throw you in. That's what getting you more minutes. Because you're gonna be young on whichever team you go to, unless you go to a team where they just all young and then you still gonna have to earn your minutes over there too. There's gonna be a bunch of talent. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, and then it ain't about what you do in practice; it's what you do against the teams y'all play. So Obi just didn't do a lot of things in the team realm of the game. It was more him having to prove what he could do, and that's not what was needed. You know
He
what I
he tried
mean?
to he
You
tried to
come in a
conform.
position having to prove yourself is hard, bro.
He's like having to
At that
conform what he.
level,
Yeah, he's having to conform what he does, and it's not really conducive at this level. So he's just like lost essentially.
Right.
And Corey Lee, it's not BS. Lee. That man had a negative 41 plus minus yesterday and
what's BS?
25.
What about Obi?
Yeah,
Yeah, he had a negative. I mean, I ain't going to got to point out his stats. You could just look at his while he was here, where he got better at. What could he do? That's it. Like I don't really got to get caught up in. Everybody got their own opinion. That's always going to be. I
you
like
got
to
to
look
add
at the
new things every year. Like
yeah. Like I like to
players
look
that
at the player myself and see what he did, if they did him dirty or not. And they didn't, bro. Some things wasn't fair to him. You have to say that. But this is a business. He got to go out
Lee,
there, and that's why I said this team got mad opportunity. What that mean is, if you would have went out there and brought other elements to your game, it would have been recognized not only by us, by the coaches. You
I'm saying
stagnated and stuck with the basket hanging thing and throwing it through your leg, dunking. That's not something. That's like McClung. Keep that shit for the dunk contest, bro. We need people to play defense, grab rebounds. You know what I'm saying? Set picks, do all the things, and then you can't get mad if the player in front of you is actually an all star. You should be learning and seeing how he's becoming an all star
Right.
technically,
Right.
because his position was filled by a guy who was NBA All Team. No matter how much you don't like Randall, those are things that he earned.
Right.
So when it comes to All Star and NBA All Team, you can't just say expect Leon and them to move away from a guy who proved it in the same time we talking about for somebody who didn't prove anything. They just got drafted. We just wasted a good pick on him. That's it. That's all we did.
I could give you an example of multiple guys that sat behind someone that was an all-star at that time, and they had to go to another team, and they figured it out. Like Jermaine O'Neal was behind.
Rashid,
No, you
He
missing
was
the
Grant.
point. Dre,
no, no.
I'm not saying you changing or anything. Let me just clarify what
Now
I'm saying. That
I thought he was
that
talking
makes
to a
a
different
player
point.
better. Yeah, you're making a different point, Dre. So it's not we're
Yeah.
not comparing points. I'm just saying to me, I want to tell you what I really mean clearly. To
Yeah.
me,
Gotcha.
that should help you coming in. But it
Both
was
I
too
agree with
much of what he expect and all that. And then I don't think Randall, him and was the best, you know what I mean, or friends
That's
or
what
whatever. I don't
They
know.
just
I don't
they
want to
just
say anything. They had beef, but you get what I'm trying to say. So I think he should have learned more and been able to excel. But when you add things to your game and that gets you on the court with Randall, probably these are things he didn't learn how to do. Because this team, like I said again, has opportunity when you have guys that's not consistent, like we had, So he could have earned more minutes. I ain't making
sitting
excuses
behind
for Obi. Negative
sitting behind.
41 after the smoke clear is a big thing.
right.
So I don't know how many people could
And
defend
plus
that.
minus is multiple trips on and off the floor too. It's
Randy
not
was
like
just
you got
-4. He had a horrible game. Freezy said he had a horrible game. He said like a G League player. This shit was only -4, bro.
four.
Like
Right,
I look at
right.
my stats, bro. -41. I don't want to hear nobody saying nothing.
Nothing,
You can't
nothing.
defend that, bro. That's like trying to defend somebody that raw somebody without a mask, bro.
Right. And Hardwell, let me say this. Let me ask you this. If you coaching a team and the other team get out, jump on you and go on a 10-0 run, you'll call a timeout, right?
Hmm.
Before things get out of hand. Right. And then so
Yeah.
you change personnel, right? Change personnel, switch it up. And then they come out, you sneak that kid back on the floor and they go on another 10-0 run. You're gonna
Hmm.
call a timeout, right? So
Again.
the plus, yes,
Hmm.
or you gonna stop playing the kid, right?
Yeah,
They
he got
kept
to
they
come
kept
out.
they kept playing Obi, and Obi thing got to -41. This is not a yo. People are not stupid, bro. Like, bro. I sometimes I swear I think
Oh
sometimes Knicks
shit.
fans think people are stupid.
See, y'all lucky Freezy do it like this. He do it. He do it in a cool way because he can really snap on whoever. Like I know what he be saying. He can really let you have it, whoever it could be in these type of situations. But he do it in a cool way. See me, I'm a I'm gonna let a clip go on you because you ain't making any sense.
That
You
don't
know what I'm
make
saying?
dude was a -4. There is no defending -41.
You can't.
Oh, well, we gonna be like, well, maybe the players
Obadiah
on the
Toppin
floor with
can't
him.
defend that, and he
Yeah,
wouldn't.
come on. It's not the coach. The coach is not stupid. The roster is talented. Well, we can't make excuses. We go so far as to criticize everything except the player. If you like the player, just say I like the player. Yo, Jigga's in the building.
I said that earlier, right, Freezy? And you said, "What you mean by you like?" I said, "No, I like those guys, but they
Right,
not it."
right, right.
Yeah, you still can admit if you like somebody, but they just not the talent that we need.
Yo, salute to Jigga. In case y'all don't know, Jigga Man Porto is my spirit human. You know what I'm saying?
Salute, Jigga Man
That's
and the
my
whole
yeah,
Morning Brew crew. Heck
yeah,
was
man.
good, Heck,
That's
and
my guy.
everybody.
Salute, salute,
I ain't
salute.
looking at the chat. I got my phone over there, so I'm shout everybody. I hear you shout out.
They got a product too. They be some kind of product. It's some kind of drink. I forget what the name of the drink is. Hey, Jigga, if you got the name of the product or the link to it, if you could put it in the chat, then we could share it with this group also. You know what I'm saying? Because they got a. I heard my man, Phil was like, yo, I like the healthy drinks, but I don't like it tasting like what he say, like veggies. Like I don't want to. He said he don't want to drink asparagus water or something like that. He said it tastes good. When he said that, I was like, yo, that's my man's right there. Yeah, that's my man's right there, man. But yeah, man, the thing is though, Dre, is
Mm.
when the fans like a certain player, no matter what you say to verify the analysis, people they're gonna try to discredit everything because they like. I got a homeboy, bro. I got a homeboy, right? His girl is not good for him, right? Right? She got bad credit. She got a whole bunch of other stuff going on. Like, I ain't gonna tell her life story here, right? But she is no good for this dude. And Hardwell, you know what he tell me every time? I'm like, bro, come on, bro. Really? You borrowing money again? And you know what he say? You know what he tell me, Hardwell? He like, yo, man, all I need is $60, bro. Y'all got it. No, I don't have it, bro. You just gonna come to me borrow $60? What the hell wrong with you?
You know the key word in that? Y'all got it. I hate when people tell me that.
Yeah.
You got it. What?
But no, man. We
You
don't.
should have it, brother.
Right.
Don't be asking me.
But you know what the validation is, though, Dre. You know what the validation is, bro. But look at her; she look good, right?
Oh God.
Bro.
That means he's just far gone. He just lost.
Yeah, right. All the baggage and stuff, right? All the baggage and stuff. Like dudes is beating him up every now and then. Like once or twice a year, a random dude will just beat him up over her. Right?
Damn.
And like, dang, bro, you out here, you 50 and you out here in the streets fighting over a lady? Yeah,
That's
I'm
crazy.
crazy, man. Yo, you don't understand the story, man. Let me borrow $60. What?
He gonna go buy some roses.
Yeah. He gonna put gas in her car or something.
Gas in her car. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Yeah, what you do? Come on.
We live in a crazy time nowadays, bro.
Yeah, but when people like somebody, bro, when people like
you gotta
somebody,
stay out of it.
They're gonna make every excuse in the book to validate the reason why they like somebody. Right. But look at her, man. Ain't she fine? Bro, are you crazy?
But player, people got to understand, once Obi's gone and he's not a Knick, you can still like him, but just watch what he do now that he's not a Knick, and then you can get a fair assessment, because we normally watch things a certain way because this is our favorite team. You know, our Knick, our kids play the kids, all this stuff. So just watch him now. You know what I mean? We already got some good information. -41, and I was one of the main guys saying, yeah, Obi gonna be over there with the passing Halliburton catching alley. I said that too, bro. Don't get me wrong. I was on that train, but I got off at the next stop when I started seeing the same things again that I seen before. Because I watched a couple games. Once the game started, I'm gonna look. So I'm like, nah, Obi ain't. He ain't. Nah, it ain't. See, you can't blame Sid. You can't blame Ramsey. You can't blame Brunson. You can't blame them people once you see that.
Right. When you like if you looked up, like if you go look around what like Pacers spaces, like they say the same things we say about Obi. And it's only been 5 games.
Wow.
They said the exact same things.
They see it. Yeah. It's not hard to see though, Dre, right? Come on. It's don't take I think a kid can see that.
It's not.
What does he do? What does he have?
You know, a neurosurgeon could tell you. Like, you don't even be a neurosurgeon to know. Like,
Dre, I saw the game though where there was a loose ball. Halliburton dove for it and it bobbled away from him. Obi looked at the loose ball and did what? And did what?
Stared at it.
Sprinted the other way, throwing his hands up,
looking somebody would.
Now you got to get that Knick shit out of him, please. He still got that Knick energy in him.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He was hoping somebody would get that loose ball so he can get in the open court and dunk. Bro, Obi Toppin, let me tell Obi something. Obi Toppin, 85% of the league can dunk in the open court. That's not special.
Right. A little guy could, right.
Really, it's like 99 because Chris Paul could still get up there if you wanted to.
Right. All alone in the open court, a lot of dudes can do that. What else you got? What else?
Obi like one of them guys from NBA Jam, right? He just want to dunk.
Right. That's it. That's it. And the thing with Grimes is most of y'all that I talk to have very, very thick skin. Most of y'all are calloused, right? And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. What I'm saying is a fact of life. A lot of us have been through a lot of hard things in our life, and it make us who we are. Like I got cussed out. Somebody like, you frog-eyed, blah, 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 blah. They don't know I used to box and get, I got facial fractures. I got broken orbital bones that heal all the, you frog-eyed, man, you make me, blah, blah, blah. But what they don't know, I am nice off these damn hands, though. You know what I'm saying? Hey, don't get it twisted. Like, I speak like customer service, right? Thank you for calling such and such. It's Uncle Freezy speaking. How many? You know that, right? But don't get it twisted. Like,
Don't
getting
get
close
it
to that
twisted.
line. Yeah, don't get
You
it
get
twisted.
your head
Right?
boxed. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Nice guys normally nice with their hands, though. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Not
And,
troublemaker, you know what I'm saying?
right, like when I used to work in the prison system, I used to, like, when I worked in the prison system, I would talk to everybody like a certain way, like, hey, Mr. Such and Such, good morning, nice to see you today, blah blah blah. And cats would be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? You babe Morgan, I do. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Dudes will be like, no, not him. They'll be like, they'll be going to him. No, not Uncle Freezy. You know what I'm saying? But don't get it to. I'm not gonna pepper spray you. I'm not gonna put these plastic straps on you. None of that. But if you invade this space, you will get these things, right? You know what I'm saying? But it is people, you know what I'm saying, are made up different ways. Grimes, on the other hand, because this is not about me. Grimes, on the other hand, gives me the impression that New York is weighing on him. Like, maybe he was tough when he got here because he had been through so much, but New York is weighing down on him.
Pressure.
That's what I'm getting at. Like
a lot of pressure.
I think Grimes is at that place. I think Grimes is at that place where now that he has expectations, it might just be too much expectations for him. Grimes might be a guy that's built to play in San Antonio. That's what I'm getting
or the
at.
Magic or something.
Yeah. He might be. Quentin Grimes looks like a dude that would absolutely thrive in Oklahoma City. Absolutely thrive in Oklahoma City. Not Houston, not the Lakers, not Boston, not Detroit, but Grimes looks like a guy that would absolutely thrive.
Tip up on the Jazz.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? At this point, right? That's all I'm saying. Certain people are. RJ Barrett is built to be here quickly. Is built to be here. Grimes, Knox, Frank, Obi.
Some people
Damian
are built to
Dotson.
be a lightning rod, and then some people just.
It's a lot of players you gonna name. That's crazy to me. So many players that you name that they picked up that wasn't built. It's like we have a bad eye for talent. You can't get one or two players out of all these players we got.
Okay, so what I'm gonna say is I think we have a lot of Jerichos and a lot of Isaiahs. I think we need some DeAndres and some Jamarcuses. You know what I'm saying? I think we need some of those. I think we need some Rashids. You know what I'm saying? And not no disrespect.
They don't make those no more. There's AAU babies now, man.
So, oh yeah, I forgot.
They don't make.
We just need length. We need length. Players that play hard. And I think it's not always about. I mean, for the shooting guard position, we definitely need a shooting guard. Let's be clear. We need somebody that can shoot that ball. Because that's how Brunson gonna be able to do his thing. And we got to put people on the court that can score the ball. This is the pros, man. High level of basketball. You can't be out there and they don't got to guard you and make a double team another guy,
right.
Or play the middle, pay the passing lane and cheat because you just shouldn't be on the floor. But just put guys on the floor that.
Right. I know.
He said it was funny. It's no Rashid in the Bible.
Right.
Might be one in the Quran though.
Right, maybe.
Or Rasheed Wallace.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's a different kind of breed, man.
Yeah, man. And Hotline Bling, I did see what Jeff Teague said about Karl Anthony Towns, about how he's probably the most skilled big man in the NBA, the most skilled center in the NBA, but he ain't that dude. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't got the mental makeup.
Yeah, he's he is more of a quiet go along to get along guy, right? Like if you have a dog on a roster, you could put a cat next to him, but cat can't be a dog. You know what I'm saying? I know that sounds weird when I say it like that,
Cat
but
can't be your dog. Nah, I don't sound weird. I get what you're saying.
He
yeah,
can't be your de facto leader. He can't
he
be the
can't.
number
Yeah, and
one
he
guy.
can't be. He
But is he
is
humble enough to be on the be like the second or third second? Is he? You think you could see him taking second fiddle to Brunson?
Well, he has no choice because he's about to be second fiddle to Edwards right now.
yeah, 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 and he should
Yeah,
have
that's
been.
true.
I think you can compare his mentality to that of a Scottie Pippen, right? Where all the skills are there, the talent is there, right?
Hmm.
But you got to put him next to a Mike Jordan in order for both to benefit. Because Mike Jordan never won a playoff series without Scottie Pippen, right?
Hmm.
Don't look at that type of stuff. And in his career, I think Michael Jordan without Scottie Pippen is 2-8 or something crazy like that in his career without Scottie Pippen, or 2-10 without Scottie Pippen, right? But at the same time, Mike needed help. It wasn't that Mike is a bad player; he just needed help.
Hmm.
But if you get Cat to come here, Cat has got to play center. Cat can't be the power forward. Absolutely not. Can't call
So they
Anthony
would have to
Towns
give up
come.
Mitch anyway, right? Yeah,
Yeah, they
most
probably
likely.
in a to a third team, right? Like
Yeah.
you would send Mitch to Memphis,
And then you
or
get a couple wings back to hide Cat because he can't play no
right,
defense like that.
right, yeah,
Yeah, you got to take the approach like if you have it in an offensive big, you got to have wing players to hide him.
right, right, and there's no harm in that because San Antonio did it with Tim Duncan all the time. San
The
Antonio
last
had
champion just did that.
right, right, a bunch of wing players, bro. There's no harm in that, right? But and the thing is, it seems like we're being hard on Grimes, right? I don't want to be hard on Grimes, right?
No,
Right.
we not.
I don't want to be that hard on Grimes
We
because I
being we
still
being
understand
honest,
he's
honestly.
a yeah, yeah. But I think ultimately, I think with the emergence of RJ Barrett and when Julius Randle and Jalen Brunson get used to this new offense, I think this team is going to take off like a rocket after that, right? But we got to get consistency at the two. We got to get guys at the two that
Yeah,
can shoot or will shoot.
yeah. That's a hole in our system right there. That's a glitch. It's a glitch, man.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
you like because you can't have Mitch out there and then have another guy hesitate to score. You need four guys that are ready to
You
be
talking about Josh
aggressive.
Yeah.
Hart? You talking about Josh Hart or
Oh no,
Grimes?
Grimes,
Now, but
Grimes.
he's
I mean,
saying
I'm
Mitch
talking about both.
and Grimes is two, like you said, Freezy. He was about to make. He making a great point because now that's two people. Because remember, we said Mitch don't even look for the ball. So now you
You just
playing
get the
3-on-2.
boards,
That's the same thing you said earlier, Freeze.
Yeah,
and that's okay. That's okay to live with if you have four guys ready and willing to be aggressive at a moment's notice
right,
and put pressure on the defense. But
right.
if you're gonna sit back and just not be aggressive, then you're putting the team at a disadvantage.
Facts.
I would trade Quentin Grimes right now for Anthony Black.
I don't.
Mm.
I would do
They
it too,
wouldn't do that though,
but
Freeze.
they
No,
wouldn't do it.
I know.
They got
But
Anthony
look,
Black
that's
for
another
4 years doing
example on
nothing.
how these
Right,
new kids is coming in. We would trade for them, and that's what I be keep yelling on the platforms that hopefully they hear. The talent
right,
that's coming in, just like the talent that came in last year, nobody looked at it that way. Magic keep dipping on in, getting all this talent. Well, you know what? Magic gonna be better than us, and we keep saying we'll take their players. So I'll
right.
take Pablo and I'll take Black. So it's
Bro,
like,
Paolo is Hardwell, bro. I saw that man play live, bro.
yeah,
That dude moves like
a guard.
He a
I'm
man
trying to think.
child, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what player specifically he moves like.
Grant Hill.
Yeah, he at 6'10", 250, bro.
You move like a bigger Grant Hill.
He went at it with son from the Hawks in like a summer league game.
DeJounte. Bro, I was
Yeah,
watching.
they was going crazy, bro.
I was watching the
That
Magic
boy is
play.
tough.
I was watching the Magic play the Lakers, right?
Mhm.
Anthony Davis tried to back down Paolo and didn't go nowhere.
I'm telling you, yes.
And then after that, AD was like, "Yo, let me just back down Wendell Carter instead." And then he backed
Oh,
backed them all the way down, parked up
see,
under
that's
the
the
rim and
future of
dunked.
the NBA. I'm speaking of, Dre. I'm telling you, bro.
I saw Zion try to back him down, and Zion couldn't move him. So Zion, and listen, when you're talking about and we're talking about the number one pick. When you talk about Anthony Davis, we're talking about Zion. When you talking about Paolo, you're talking about one of one, right? My thing is Zion backed up and crossed him up and went by and yam or laid it up high up the glass off of him, right? And then Paolo dove on the floor for a loose ball, and Zion went and ripped the ball out of Paolo's hands.
Yeah,
And
I saw that.
almost snatched Paolo up into the ceiling, right? So when you're talking about like the one of one guys, like when you're talking about the Anthony Edwards of the league, you know what I'm saying? When you're talking about the Victor Wembanyama's, right? And when you're talking about these guys that are clearly the number one picks in their draft, the Karl Anthony Towns, and then you're talking about Quentin Grimes at the 2.
It's hard.
You already know the vibes, right?
Behind the 8 ball.
Right, because think about this. And when you think about this, look at the New York Knicks starting 5, right? Anybody in the starting 5 was the number 1 pick? No. Number 2
Not
pick?
even close.
No. Number
He
3
was a
pick?
late first, right? No, he was a second round pick. Quentin Grimes.
We got one
was
guy.
25 in the first round.
Right, but that's the point that I'm getting at. Most of these teams in the NBA, bro. Most of these teams in the NBA now, when you're talking about a Memphis, a Orlando, you're talking a San Antonio, a Houston, a Detroit.
They got guys that pose physical mismatches, and we don't.
Yes, and we're drafted high. Like Detroit has, I think, four dudes drafted in the top 6. They got Killian Hayes, Jaden Ivey, Cade, and
Cunningham,
and
Doran,
and Doran, and Thompson. So
and Doran, and Thompson. And that's why I use Orlando as the same example, because they keep popping up with these players. Because we talked about it before when Dallas did what they did. Dallas got hip to it too. Even though Dallas ain't got as much young players as that, they said, let us do it and go and grab something. That's why they got Lively. So all these teams is doing it. We need to get hit and dip in this draft. Some drafts, you can't even say no drafts. All these drafts got talent in it. We should be in the draft.
Kyrie Irving was the number 1 pick in his draft. They got Kyrie who's injured, but he was the number 1 pick in his draft, bro. When you look at the Lakers have LeBron and AD. Both of them guys were the number 1 picks in their draft, bro.
But I think between the number 1, number 2, and number 3, it's all like depending on what the team need or what the team wants. So I don't really now. When you look at the whole thing and see how the players turn out, you in reference to your point, they all top tier. They all top litter out of the draft.
Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, both of them were the number 3 picks in their draft back-to-back years.
But that's the point I'm making. They still on that level from 1 to 3.
They got guys that can be trump cards on any given night.
Against any opponent.
Against any defense.
So look, Freezy. So the point I want to say is this: if we keep seeing, we talking about this, right? But we seeing guys that you already say you would take that just came in out the draft. It means the draft is getting better and better now. So if you get a top 10 player, top 7 player, that could change your team. That could change the future of your team. But if you keep thinking that you have it and you don't, then you just trade out. You give your picks to move out the draft like we did with Detroit and stuff like that. That don't make sense. Like, even when I seen Detroit got the Thompson twin, bro, I was kind of upset, bro.
Right.
Like, when are we gonna have a kid I can actually say is on my team? I'm happy with Brunson, but we need a piece, man. And it's like the length, the shooting, the defense. They got to know
I'm saying,
what we missing.
who do we have on this team you could throw a lob up to in transition and you know they'll get it?
That's a good question.
Nobody.
Nobody.
Right.
That's a good way to put it, Dre. Nah, you ain't even trying to be funny. You just right. It's just
Nah, he
true. And
right.
that's why we saying the team is not sexy. It's not athletic. It's nothing. Like Zion been hurt all this time. He out here beasting now.
Right.
It's like we were saying, oh, we want Zion. He injury prone. I'd rather keep such and such and such. Nah, Zion gonna come out here and be an all star already again.
Bro,
Long as he don't stay, long as he don't get hurt, bro, he's gonna kill.
did you see the play where they threw a perimeter pass and Zion picked it off and went it the other way and dunked?
He
Oh
teleported.
my
His big
god,
ass
that boy,
teleported.
Bro,
he
this
do
dude
everything.
300 pounds. The dude is
And he looked
300.
funny. His body looked mad funny. It looked like it's just muscle on top of muscle. Like he just don't look right. Like how
Right.
he been walk funny though. But
Right.
now just looking at him, it's just mad funny. But he's still moving out there. I gotta give it to him, bro. Like he's still moving like he ain't that heavy.
Right.
Word. That's
That's the
crazy.
product. That's the product when your mom's a track athlete and your father play football.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yo, that's scary, right, Dre? Oh my god.
His mom was a track athlete and his father
Imagine
was
if he
a
lost
D-line.
weight though. Oh my god.
Bro.
That boy lost weight. It would be a scary sight, man. That kid is nice,
That's why
man.
I'm telling y'all get y'all suits ready because my son is about 6'3". He is 6'3" athlete, about 255, like a
Hmm.
freaky type athlete.
Hmm.
He a freaky type athlete. Like he'll be running and you'll throw the lob and he'll go get it and yam it off 1 foot, 2 hands. Bim! Right? Nothing.
Mm.
Nothing, right? But but when you in a conference that has talents like John Morant, right?
Hmm.
You looking at my son like, yeah, you ain't no athlete, bro. Yeah, because the bar is set so high with John Morant, bro. You're like, oh my god, bro.
Yeah,
But
the
anyways,
Yeah,
skill
man.
at the gap between NBA athletes and like good
is
D1 players is just different.
just different, bro.
But
Just
everybody not gonna have it all. Like I want to see
Yeah,
John Morant get better with his jump shot
right.
and
yeah,
better with other things that because when you have the full package like Jordan or certain players that we know, like you had to close that space on Mike, and then that made it so easy for Mike to go by and then he just dunk on you. John
right,
Morant, they give him more of the jump shot because they fear his leaping ability and one or two dribbles towards the paint, he's going upstairs. So
right,
it's like if he perfect that jumper, he's really unstoppable. And that's another thing. Like Obi too, certain players that can jump like that, that's so athletic. You're supposed to know if you work on your handle and your jump shot, bro, you out of here. You out of here because you unguardable. But if they know that's all you got, then they're gonna let you shoot. They give you
right.
too much space so they can stay in front of you.
Hey,
Once they
hey,
gotta close that space, then now you could go in your bag. That's why you can't guard Kyrie. You can't guard any player that could shoot the ball. You can't give
right,
him no space. So now he's allowed to put you in the blender because you got to come in in his space.
right,
If you could guard a player with space, then he can't do but so much to you because you could beat him to the spot.
right,
But once you got to close that space, you can't guard him. So if you can't shoot, it's easy to guard you.
right, bro. I ain't even going. I ain't even gonna lie. I think Hardwell is absolutely right. I think this is the year though. I was talking to. This is why Dre was confusing me yesterday with the conversation. Dre, this is why the conversation was confusing me. You hear what Hardwell saying
What
right now?
through the live, bro,
No, no,
through the
no, no.
game.
We had a separate conversation offline.
Okay,
Mhm.
We had
okay.
a separate conversation offline
I
about.
listened to some of y'all yesterday on the game, but go
And
ahead.
I was telling him that I think the Knicks are ready right now to add that 19-year-old super blue chipper.
Mhm.
Right
Hmm.
now, I think the Knicks are ready to add two of those right now because now the
Me too.
organization is stable enough where you won't depend on those 19-year-olds to be Kobe Bryant out the box. You can give them 2 years off the bench in order to get better, and then when they're 21, you can whip them out like Derrick Rose. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But I don't know. Jay, you want to speak to that, or did I
It,
mess up your
it's
point?
the point is like if you're trying to win right now, you got to maximize the fact that Jalen Brunson is not making superstar money, and it's hard to draft a 19-year-old and then bring him along. And not even that it's hard, but like I don't trust Tibbs with a 19-year-old personally, because I think he's just gonna turn them into a role player, or just gimp them
Right.
because he wants them to be averse to mistakes. Because ultimately, the best players in the world, they made mistakes
They
on the
learn
way.
from their mistakes. Yeah.
Yeah, but they get
Tibbs,
time to play. That's the
Right.
difference. They
but
get to
but
play through their mistakes. Go ahead, my bad. Jeff.
Tibbs is not letting guys play through mistakes. If you like, if you're not a veteran, you can't make mistakes multiple times and not get benched. It's
Right.
just it's
Yep,
just how he operates. And like like the embryonic stage, like
that's
you look at
true.
Giannis when Giannis was growing and developing into who he was. It took him 3-4 years to figure it out.
He was a turnover machine. Giannis was a
He was bad,
turnover
bro.
machine. He had
He was
zero
bad.
passes. He had zero touch on his passes. Like you could tell he was Giannis in the embryonic stages. He was so robotic upstairs. You know what I'm saying? You like, if this happens, do this. If that happens, oh wait a minute, that's not. I've never seen that before. Ball out of bounds, tweeting a whistle, turnover, going back the other way, and you can see Giannis like I ain't never seen that before.
It
And,
paid
and,
off for them.
and
But
I'll
it
say
paid
this: like
off.
if Tibbs
It
had
paid
Giannis,
off for them. They stuck with it because they
if
wasn't going nowhere anyway.
if Tibbs had Giannis, Giannis would probably be Defensive Player of the Year 5 times, but he would never be an MVP because
He wouldn't be the MVP, right?
he would never. He would be the
Because he
Defensive
wouldn't
Player of the Year
believe in
for
that
5 years.
process, like Dre's saying. Yeah, it's like you got to see that, and you got to have a coach too. But I think we could probably bring somebody in, Dre, and just on that what Freezy asking you in reference to the kid. Because if Tibbs don't do what he got to do, he don't have that
Right,
Too
much
much
room
time.
here.
right,
So I think they could make moves to things that'll still be in place when Tibbs ain't here. You can
and,
start doing that.
right.
And
By the
what happens
time
to the young kid? I wanted to ask you. I'm sorry. What happens to the young kid that
Jalen Hart,
they cut him,
and they let
that
Ryan
kid? Yo, my
Archibald go.
nephew knew that kid. That kid was alright. Like
yeah,
even I talked
he
to him
out of
about it. He was like,
Atlanta.
nah, he from. Yeah, he told me he was like, nah, son is decent. If the Knicks keep him, he gonna be alright.
Yeah,
Like he just don't fit probably with the Knicks because the Knicks, like what Dre saying, like it don't align with what they really trying to do. That been my biggest gripe with him expecting these guys to learn this way, but they never did this before. So it's like it
right,
didn't make sense. And I think it's hurting those players because for players to still come out and shine somewhat, dealing with that much adversity, and it's not like we on a championship contending team, then the player still is a decent player because they're not really being coached up right. If you think
right,
about it, like how Dre just broke that down, that's so true.
right,
Like it's not aligned with what the planning is. And I always felt like that's a problem. That's probably why you feel like Freezy like that about Grimes. Like
right,
what's wrong or why did they feel like this he could do it?
right,
Like now it look like he can't. That could be the problem.
right.
Because
Not
remember,
bringing guys along right, building up their confidence right to make them
Grimes,
have the confidence to hit the lanes and dribble.
Grimes was a point guard in high school.
Yep,
When he played, remember he played in that rookie game. He had
right.
all the confidence in the world.
Yep, yep,
Take a step back. You know what I'm saying?
right,
Doing crossovers. He get to our team. He has to be completely uniform, play within the role, and do
right,
not deviate whatsoever.
He looked good in the summer league too. That last time I remember, he was
right,
cooking. I was in Vegas and Grounds was cooking,
right,
but
right.
it's just not ready for the shooting guards right now in the NBA.
You know.
Yeah,
You're gonna see Dame Lillard tomorrow, bro. Come on,
Oh
and
God.
and and,
yeah,
and come on. You know what's going on.
right. And you know how to. Here's the thing. I think the Knicks can fix where they are right away by making two moves. For one, move number one that fixes the Knicks today. Go sign Kai Jones. Sign Kai
Mm.
Jones right now.
We might have the stability to
To
keep him.
replace Randall, I mean the backup Randall.
At the backup four, no expectations.
Yeah, I
The
think that's a
backup
good pickup.
four, no expectations, bro. You on a 1 year deal for the rest of the season. You want a
Hmm.
prove it deal, right?
Hmm.
Something stupid happened, we're gonna cut you and we're gonna move on. Right? Right? And we can afford to do that because the Knicks have 4 picks in the upcoming draft. Anybody right now the Knicks are in a position where they can trade up and get Cooper Flag or Ron Holland right now if they want to. right?
Ain't nobody doing that though, Freezy.
That's a lot. That's a lot. You're gonna have to give up a lot.
No, I'm saying not saying that you're not right about them being able to having stuff to make that move, but the other
Right.
teams don't want to make that move. It's like the Knicks want to make the move when it makes sense for everybody to make the move. When you're not showing no, you're not picking no diamond in the rough. It's mad players we ain't know about came out the draft and be like, wow, who picked up him? Oh, he's good. Da, da, da. We can name players like that now
Right.
because Cooper Flag and them is coming. They think somebody gonna get him. They pick that ain't going like everybody want Cooper Flag. That's like saying the Spurs wasn't gonna take Wemby.
Here is where I disagree slightly. If you
Okay.
have Giannis, you don't need Cooper Flag, right? If you're the Knicks,
Hmm.
you don't need Cooper Flag because you already got power. You already got an all-star power forward. If you're the Lakers, right? What I'm saying ultimately is the Knicks have the assets to move up if they choose to. That's what I'm saying. Like so for instance, Ron Holland's on the board, a smooth wing player with high upside, right?
My nephew gave him 46, but go ahead.
Okay, I'm just saying.
But go ahead. I was
No,
at the game, but go ahead. Keep going.
no, I'm just saying if
I
the
know who
Knicks
that is.
want that player, right? So and to be honest with you, some people say that he lucky he that the Castle kid is lucky Ron Holland didn't give him 70, right? Some people say that, bro. I'm not saying that. You know who I prefer? I prefer one over the other. I prefer and I wish I could talk to him and let him know how lucky he is that Ron Holland didn't get in his bag. You know what I'm saying? Because for kids, you know, so that motivate them. What would you say? What you say to me, man? You know, so that'd be like, you know what I'm
No,
saying?
you know what it was? Ron, see, I know the story behind the kid. He's a good kid. He just they play different. And when you a guard that have the ball in your hand all the time, just like what we talking about, kind of just in a different conversation, but it's the same thing. You
Right,
know, um, Stephon was playing with the ball in his hand as the point guard, reference to another guy who was more off the ball, but
right,
real good offensive player. So now when you got to guard this player, he more shifty
right,
than you expect. So me, I don't ever say, "Oh, this person's gonna do this to this guy." I just call out the results when I seen what's done.
right.
And he probably could have had a good game. Those guys played against each other so much. I'm sure he had a good game
All right, yeah,
against him before.
right,
I seen Isaiah Collier team beat my nephew team, and my
right,
nephew have to guard Isaiah Collier to have a good game. So really, to me, it's about winning. Just when I
right,
heard you say his name, I know I was at the game when my nephew lit them up.
right,
And it was a whole big thing about the Ron Hollins, the Stephon Castle thing, you know what I'm saying? So that's why when I heard it, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. But guys like that, right? Even Isaiah Collier, these type of players, when they come in the league, because they undersized too for their position. If you're not a point guard, like you say how you feel about Brunson, you're gonna feel the same way about a lot of these guys, unless they add in more passing attributes or different things. Even though I could see Isaiah Collier being I don't want to say better than Brunson because people will take it the wrong way because they don't really know the kid. But coming in, being on that level faster. But he's a McDonald's All American though. You know what I mean? So it's a
right,
difference. But uh, just knowing a little bit more things that some of them players may know, but they don't do. College players got to come in and do a little bit more of that stuff. So I think they'll come in with that. But college is going to be loaded with players coming out, even not just college, the G League. You know, what's the kid name? London. He's on G League Ignite too. I seen him go at it with my nephew because they always in the same conference. So I seen them kids play for like 2 years in high school. Those kids are good. They're gonna be really, really good. And I think they're so good that they would do decent. I ain't gonna say better than Grimes and them because they went through the system for a few years already. So that would just be trying to just put those guys down. But
right.
how fast these guys will pick it up, we won't be sitting here still talking about players who can't get in the paint or players who can't make simple plays in
Right.
reference to what these kids could already do. So I would definitely make a move to try to move into the draft. The only part I don't agree with is that nobody's turning down Cooper Flag because they don't need him. He's the type of player that even if you don't need him, you still taking him.
Okay.
That's how good he is. Yeah, and that's how it be. Like you see players go to teams, oh, why they took him and they got him? Because this player is this good, they still gonna use it. This player is a bargaining chip or something like that, or whatever the case may be. But they not gonna. Nobody's passing up on that kid. I can tell you that right now. Nobody's
Yeah.
passing up on Cooper Flag. He's gonna be the first pick for whatever team. They're not gonna trade out for nobody because that's securing their team's future more than going for a quick chance at a ring that's not guaranteed. And that's what you giving up when you giving up that top pick to be able to get a Cooper Flag. You got to be giving up players that you could win a ring with, and that you trying to get off of that train and go and get and go for the future players. That's the only way I think that can happen, unless you packaging up a lot of the Knicks money and picks and players to do something like that. And then I still don't see them wanting to do it for that kind of play for a player like that. It just won't happen.
They want a proven commodity, even if Cooper Flag is this high end talent.
Right.
Ultimately, the way they're like operating, they want this proven star that can come in right now and be the missing piece to a title.
Yeah, I put this up, man, just to make everybody laugh. Just to make everybody laugh.
Cooper
Like,
Flag
so-
is not projected.
Let me look.
That's next draft, not this draft. It's next draft.
Yeah, he's not in this draft, Freeze. That's
He's
what I'm
on
going to
next
tell you
one.
too. Cooper, he went back. He's not coming. He's got one more year, and he might go to UConn.
Nah, he's going to Duke.
He-
He already
Now
committed.
he picked Duke?
He's at
Yeah.
Duke right now.
Yeah, he committed.
Nah,
he's
no,
not
he's
at
not.
Duke. He just
He
committed.
go Duke next season.
He's going to Duke next.
Oh,
season.
next season. Okay.
Yeah. Well, they got Ron Holland at 2 to Miami.
Yep.
Cavs who going to where? The Bulls.
Right before
And
the
who
Knicks.
going?
The Knicks.
Oh, the
could get
Knicks better
7.
trade up and get that boy.
I'm telling you, bro.
Knicks better trade up and get that boy. Stop
Right.
playing. Philly's from New York.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You see,
I ain't got nothing against it.
you see.
I'll
it's-
co-sign it. I'll tell my family let him go to the Knicks.
Yeah, man. This is what I was. This is the thing. The slight
But
thing.
that's what you want to hear. I'm not against him going to the Knicks. I didn't think it was reason. I didn't think it was reality. Honestly,
I thought he
would
was.
love
I
it.
thought he was 6'9". I thought he was 6'9", bro.
Who, Steph? No, he ain't
Yeah.
6'9".
Okay.
But he's a point guard though.
So that's a
He's 6'7",
It's a big
Okay.
point guard.
and he jumps. He plays the full game, so he's 6'7" point guard. You know, with an IQ. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, his pops from New
So he
York.
must be 6'9" with shoes on. Is that what it is?
Bro, you gotta look. You gotta look. Wembanyama's in the league now, so 6'6", 6'7" is really looking like 6'7" now. Ain't no more of that lion saying, "Hey, they got 6'8". I got it. Nah, bro, please, you know that they be bumping them guys up a couple inches or inch. But
Right.
I tell you, it's real height. Like he's just turned 19 yesterday, so it's like kids are babies, man. And to be 6'7", just turning 19, you're good. You're already a McDonald's All-American. So
Right.
the height ain't the problem with the kid. It's, you have the height, so that's one marble that go over there. As far as the upside, because you need length. Length is calculated for something. I think Dre said it. If somebody was a certain height, he would have been getting 160 million this year. I think he said it about Hart.
Josh Hart. Yeah.
So, yeah. So certain players get more money because of their height and different things. So that's a good thing. If you go to the Knicks, oh man, Brunson may be in trouble. Or then he could play the 1 and the 2. They could be like that. You know, you have because Steph is really a point guard. You know, Brunson could be like that.
That might be
A problem, right?
That might be a Steph Curry Monte Ellis type issue where one gotta go.
Right.
Yeah, like what? Brunson gonna play the 1, but Steph is the 1 and he's at the 2. How that's gonna work?
And then in 2 years they realize, this is not gonna work, and then
Right.
Brunson gotta go. I'm telling you, Brunson's out of here if that happens because he don't pass enough. And it's like, I'm not saying his offense ain't great. I still want him to prove himself this year and get his All-Star. But a kid that could come in and shoot almost as good, pass the ball better the right way, and have the height to play defense,
Right.
is serious. And I ain't saying he'll take Brunson's spot, but that's something that people will be looking at as like Cade Cunningham. They comparing him to
like
players like that.
He's 19, so in 2, 3, 4 years he's putting on 20 pounds of just solid muscle or more.
And probably 6'8", 6'9" by then too. So you never know. Isaiah Collier to the Wizards.
Yeah.
But Freezy, there's some players dangling around that we could grab regardless. That's good. Like who else I see right here? Let me see. DJ. Ooh.
See this. See this is where like you take the guy that's
Alexander.
you take the guy that's 19 super raw but an extremely gifted athlete,
Right.
and then you put him in the program for 2 years, and then like you say, 2 years you pop out, you got something.
Right.
Oh, Son is nice right there. Oh no, that's a so I thought that was Carl.
Right. But the
That's
point
somebody else.
that
Oh,
I'm
Justin
getting at
Edwards
is
is nice too.
yeah.
My boy.
So this right here has the Knicks picking 7 because of their record and 29 because of the Mavericks record. We don't expect the Mavericks to win the NBA championship,
No.
right? We expect the Mavs to be picking somewhere in the 20s,
Yo,
right?
this is crazy. You believe this one though, Freezy? This is a
No,
reputable one? Or you just
yeah,
No,
using it for example?
it's
that's
reputable, but it's too early for the records.
Okay,
I
okay,
think
okay. I got you.
San
I see what you're
Antonio.
saying.
I think San
players
Antonio is gonna be. Oh, go ahead, bro.
players. I'm just gonna say like the players right now are just listed in a ranking for right now. In like a month, that could change. Say
All this
someone
can
comes
change.
out.
Yeah.
Say someone comes out and just is dominant in college, then they'll just shoot up a little bit and change the whole order. Like it's
Right.
just
hmm
like between now and what April, May,
Right.
June, it'll be completely
I
different.
think it was more the team order that really is the part where you can't really say
Yeah,
who's
Yeah,
gonna.
you can't really. Yeah.
Yeah,
the
the
players have like
players
a
could stick a little bit. It
relatively
depends
yeah
who'll drop, who'll go up,
yeah
but the teams will not be in this. That's what
no
confused me. I think
yeah
this
Right.
one kind of made me get excited, and it's not going to come nowhere near true because the
Mhm.
Knicks won't be in that position just to be looking at that pool of players because that's a nice pool of players right there.
Yeah.
And I'm sure when you scroll down, I'm gonna actually look more at it, and I think I would want to do a show about this because I've seen a lot of these players play personally. Like I was at the McDonald's, then I went to most of the games in high school. You know when they was playing, and they had a tough. Like they played against all the top high schools when my nephew high school started to get big. Like when he started to get big, they high school schedule was crazy. Like and when I look at Newton High schedule now, it's like nothing nowhere near to who they played. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like all those schools was crazy. Like them high level
Right.
schools where all these players go.
Right.
So Justin Edwards for sure is tough. Isaiah Collier is tough.
Right.
Stephon Castle tough. Um, DJ Wagner tough.
Yeah.
So out of one, two, three. Oh my bad. The number one pick is definitely tough. That's my boy right there. That's my nephew man. That boy right there is nice. And he was
Is
did an interview
Randall.
on RJ Riddick on JJ Riddick's show,
Right.
and he spoke about my nephew. And they asked him who's the best player that you pick that you think is gonna come out in the NBA. And he said Stephon
Stephon
Castle.
Castle. I saw that. I saw that.
And I
I
like
saw that.
that kid. He
He
chilled with
asked
our
it in a
family.
different way. He was like, "Yo, who is off the radar that you think is going to turn heads
Yeah.
once the season start?" And he mentioned Stephon Castle by name.
And then
Yeah.
remember at the McDonald's, Bronny was there. All of these guys in his top 10, basically, most of them was McDonald's All Americans. So they either played against each other, they chilled together, or they've been playing against each other for
And they the
at least
same.
they
They the
last
same
2 years.
age. They about the same age, right?
Yeah, they all are. Most of them,
Bazelis, and Castle about the same. They both of them just turned 19.
yeah. And Bazelis is really good, man. That
His
kid is
handle.
good for his height with the handle, bro.
Yeah.
So
His.
Memphis got one right there. Him with Ja. So if that stick, that's nice. And Ron Holland is really good too. He's gonna be good for the Heat. Actually, I think he fits the Heat.
Right.
Really, the Heat need more players like him, and that's what I wanted Steph to come into a team that, like how Ron looked like he'll go right into the Heat and be able to play. That's what I'm more concerned about. Steph falling on a team where he can actually play right away,
I don't know if
or if
they
it's
take. I
gonna
don't know
be
if they take that pick though. If in my
who
opinion,
Ron.
yeah, if Miami's still at 2, and they won't be, they won't be right. They won't be that bad where they pick 2. But I'm just saying for the sake of the
hmm
exercise,
hmm
I don't think they'll take a Ron Holland type finesse scoring machine, small forward, because Miami's culture is basically built on toughness and grittiness and discipline
hmm
and all that stuff. Now, I could see your nephew going there, and them indoctrinating him into that system, and then he
Who's
out
they
there with
point guard
Bam.
against, Freeze?
Huh?
Who's they point guard?
I mean, I don't know.
The Heat.
I don't
Right
know.
now.
I don't think they got one. That's the reason why I'm saying it
Oh,
right now.
Who's
Because,
got you. I like that.
huh?
I said
But that's moving him all the way to the second pick, though, Freeze. Even though that happened.
I don't think Miami gonna stay there. I think Miami is.
Oh, okay. So you did say
I'm
that.
just
Okay.
saying. I'm just saying for the sake of the exercise, since the records are what they are right now. You know what I'm saying? But I could easily see point guard thirsty teams moving up. I honestly believe that the Castle Kid is going to San Antonio, right? Because his game is because of his demeanor, the way he built he's a unicorn at his position, right? You don't see 6'7" point guards in the NBA, right? You see 6'5" point guard, 6'4", 6'3", 6'2", you see those size. But when a guy is high IQ and 6'7", I think the NBA is setting it up where he can be the point guard for Wemby, bro. That's what I think. Because they have all the other pieces, bro. They have Sohan at the 4. They have Johnson at the 3. They have Branham, Vassell, all them dudes on the wing. All they need is a unicorn type point guard to go with Wemby.
Oh God.
Oh God, right?
Right. That's all they need, bro.
Nah, Freeze. I don't want that.
Bro, it's
nah, I would be happy for him to go to the Spurs, though.
Bro,
at least they're not in this conference.
You should be happy too.
Right, Dre? Who that? King Ribby? What's good, Rib?
King Ribby, what's good? Let me bring King. King Ribby, what's good, bro?
What up?
Salute.
Salute to the greatest borough God ever
Brooklyn.
created. The Bronx, New York.
Come on, man.
You hit him with a hezo.
Oh, my bad.
You hit him with a hezo.
Yeah. That was good though.
I hit King Ribby with the hang dribble just now.
The dribble that Grimes don't got.
No.
That's what we was talking about earlier. The dribble that Grimes
he does have the pump fake though.
He got it in the summer league. You got it in the summer league. He ain't got it
against summer guys, right?
Yeah, Floozy said he scored 27. Yeah, he took 13 shots, 12 of them were threes because he couldn't put the ball on the floor against Drew Holiday or Derek White.
Pritchard.
White.
Damn.
Right.
Caton Pritchard, he couldn't put the ball down on the floor against?
No, he stopped the ball. He stopped the play behind the screen and just shot it. Yeah.
If you take 13 shots, 12 of them are threes, that means you're limited.
Right.
He said he picked up his dribble, stopped and shot it. When he could have went to the home.
He just shot it. Because he know he wasn't going, yeah, man. No disrespect to Grimes, but we know Grimes was not going to sauce up Drew Holiday.
Yeah, man. I knew that was.
Or Derek White.
Or Peyton
That's
Pritchard.
Crazy.
Or Jaylen Brown. Or no matter who was defending the point of attack, he wasn't going to sauce them up, period. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. So he just stopped and shot it. And he just played to his own talents and his own skill set.
You just take it.
He in his mind saying, I ain't supposed to be starting anyway. They buck the fuck out.
Yeah.
Ground's like, yo, they want me to start. I don't even want to start.
Yeah.
I want to be comfortable.
And he like, yo, seven threes or 13 dunks. It all looked the same on the scorecard. You know what I'm saying? That's in his mind. That's what he's thinking, I guess. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, man. Yeah, man. And it's mad early to be talking about draft lottery and draft picks and all that stuff too. Seeing that we 5 games in, I just want to show.
Now, that's no slight to that, Freeze. That's just us talking. We've been on for a while, so we just, the conversation's been on for. It's all entertaining conversation because it's all possibility and true stuff.
Right.
So it's not that.
Not to cut you off.
About 4 hours. But I said that though. I said that Tuesday. I was like, yo, Thursday morning is gonna be a super long show.
Oh, I remember you saying that too. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
Yo, listen. if I'm available, I'll chop it up with you. So I'm
Yeah,
just
man.
sitting here finishing some work up, but I don't mind talking, sharpening swords, sharpening swords. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
man.
being on the panel with y'all, we get to go back and forth and really talk about it. It's cool. Me personally, I don't care. I even go on my show yesterday, so I was like, I'm gonna come back on today and chop it up. Even though, like you said, you was about to hit me, but
Yeah,
I was
I
willing
was
to
about
talk
to, man. I
about
got a
some of this
business.
anyway. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all stuff is about to come to fruition, and whoever think some of these players are gonna be better than what we saying and whatever takes we giving, and we just gonna see. Me and
Right.
Freezy both don't have a problem saying we was wrong and this
Right.
player is better than what we projected. Whatever, I'll say it, but I just don't think we have the talent right now with Grimes and some of these other guys. We need to go in and get a good shooting guard. That's it.
Right. 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 Yeah, man.
That first round pick, the I forgot his name, the Montez or whatever guy. I forgot the kid's name, whatever.
Who pick was it?
The first he coming the first supposedly. I
Oh, you
forgot.
talking about the number one? Oh, yeah. I know you talking about the kid, Vermont. You talking about the kid you talking about, Freezy, that did the interview. The
Yeah,
number one
Bazelis.
pick, Bazelis. That's how you say his
Yeah.
name, yeah.
What team y'all think he could go to?
He
Mm,
going to he going to the Wizards, bro.
the
He going to the
Wizards?
Wizards, bro. Yeah, he going to the Wizards.
Start small forward.
Yeah, he going to the Wizards, bro. Because the traditional lottery teams are so good right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your Indianas, your Orlando's, your Detroit's. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? I think Chicago is going to be in the mix also. And quite frankly, I think that's where Ryan Holland's going. I think by the All-Star break, by the trade deadline, Chicago going to blow it completely up.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. I ain't gonna front.
And you know, young kids not winning championships right now, but there's only one championship winner is gonna be. So when you know that, and it's a high possibility it might not be you.
Right,
You gotta double back and watch this draft. That's what we saying.
right,
Some of y'all Knicks fans just get caught up into what these players could do, and I'm glad I stayed on here and all the points was brought up about new players or players on this team they willing to give up right now
right,
for players that's rookies that just came into the league, like Black and different players that's already showing.
right,
That's the point we making, that don't stagnate yourself thinking about this talent when there's better talent out there. And that's the problem that the Knicks is having. Move on from some of the pieces. If you ain't signing quickly, if Grimes ain't living up to what you expected, move on. Double back in this draft coming and get you a couple nice pieces. Make sure they got length this time. Make sure they have all the things that you didn't have before so you don't do the same thing all over again. So
No, no,
now
no.
that changes your dynamic.
Not to cut you off, but you don't think like it's like I think like at least like 4 spots on this team right now that could be taken,
You
but
said
they
4 or
filled
5?
with
right,
Villanova kids.
right,
That's not gonna play at all.
right,
Like you don't think that's something?
right.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's how I told Freezy earlier. Brunson picked his guys because
Yeah,
he
like
felt like these guys couldn't do
yo,
what he need.
Right.
we need a small for it, or in
And for
a
that
backup
reason,
power
why
forward.
for that reason alone, I think that's why there's a fracture in the locker room, bro. How you gonna tell me you can improve the team by bringing in Ryan Archie-Diacono?
Yeah, like yo, he just
That's the
he
main
runs his
point.
sweat guys, something like that. Like that's
Right,
what it got to be.
right,
Now that's kind of crazy though.
right.
There's
And
no
just real
other
quick, the
way.
Bazelis kid, just real quick, so I can get the Bazelis kid out of my mind. The
Yeah,
Bazelis kid is skinny, so his handles are okay, but he's got good high school handles, right?
yeah.
His handles and stuff, like he's good handling the ball, right?
He moves.
But the thing is once you put him up against NBA talent, it'll be like Wemby up against good NBA talent. Like he's got to get stronger in order for his real talents to you know what I'm
So,
saying, to show up. Yeah.
but you know what you could see already, like you know what he gonna be able to do too.
Right.
So, like
Right.
I seen Wimby not look too good the other night, but I
Right.
still see what everybody's excited about too.
Right.
Like on
You know what I'm
defense, he's
saying?
already a force.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
just by walking on the court.
But
Yeah.
it's not the same thing when we say like Grimes is already a force on D, right? For example, right? But we don't see so much of an upside. But with um Wimby, you do, and it just ain't the height part. It is the main height thing for him. But there's other players who that ain't got that much height, but a little more height. Right?
He just more talented than
The
Grimes.
team and yeah.
IQ and feel for the game is just
Yeah.
different.
So I got to
Yeah.
take this call. Yo, Freezer was a dope show, man. I'll probably get up on with you tomorrow.
All right. All
Dope
right. All right.
show.
All right. We'll be here.
All right, King Rib. All right, Dre. I see y'all later. All right.
All right, bro.
Peace.
All right. All
All
right.
right,
All right.
y'all. Later. Peace.
Yep. 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 Yeah. Just really quickly, man. Not focusing too much on the draft because it's mad early. But on our show, we just like to talk basketball for the basketball heads. Like if you like basketball, these be like the conversations that are for you, right? But man, with the Knicks having so many draft picks in this draft, bro.
Gotta
Yeah.
consolidate.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
gotta consolidate
Put
to
the
move
words
up,
out
or
right on my.
consolidate or get a player of being
Right. Right.
preferably a 6'8" wing that can
I
actually jump.
I like Kwame Evans, bro.
Who's that?
What you like about him?
Man, I like just it's a lot of stuff, bro. I like about it. There are like no intangible things. I think right now he's probably gonna be a power
Projected.
forward big
Okay.
in college, but I think he gives me the combo forward vibes. Like King Ribby, if you like a guy like
Kawhi? Combo forward?
yeah, if you like a guy like Jade McDaniels, I know
Okay.
everybody don't like that archetype,
No,
right?
no,
Young
I
Kawhi.
do.
Yeah. If you like that type of archetype, then I think you'll like the Kwame Evans kid.
Mm.
That type of architect is good, to be honest.
Rangy, athletic,
Yeah.
With upside in a lot of areas.
like a Jeremy Grant type ish, kind of. At least the physical traits, not the game.
Yeah, I would like that.
Right. Right. I think he's gonna be a shooter also.
Well, like, number he projected to be.
Um, so he's not an elite athlete.
Oh, so like
Okay.
Keegan Murray? If he
No,
projects
he's
to
a better
shoot?
athlete than that. He's a
Okay.
good athlete, right? Like he's like to me, Keegan Murray is an above average athlete. I'm gonna say maybe Brandon Miller,
Mm. And like he's fluid. He's a fluid
a
athlete.
fluke athlete. Yeah, yeah,
From Chicago, from Hornets.
Yeah.
yeah.
Mm. What's
Right.
how tall is he?
6'9",
Mm.
7 foot wingspan, and I believe now I believe he's left handed also.
That's like me too. That's good.
I like him, bro. I like him. He okay. Okay. So okay, I'll put it in y'all know I have a man crush on Trey Murphy, right? I believe this is what Kwame Evans is gonna be. I think that's what he's gonna be in about 3 years.
Mm.
You gotta get
Right.
him.
His floater game is dope. He's got shooting touch. Um, um, st- Good perimeter defender at an early age. At 19, he's super young, and yeah, yeah, yeah. I think he's gonna be it.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
But
I'm looking for.
we ain't getting none of those types of guys.
Yeah, that's yo. You took the words right
What
out my
talking about
mouth,
Kwame
man.
Evans?
Like,
Yeah, the Knicks can get
yo,
him. They
He's-
can if they want to.
But he's 6'9", Freezy.
that's
And,
what I'm.
and
Yeah,
actually,
it's like,
I'm saying he's 6'9" and not a center.
oh God.
like yo.
Yeah, you're right. And he's only 200 pounds.
Oh no, man. We gonna put him on a
If
diet.
he
We gonna
was
get him to
6'9",
260.
if he was 6'9", 305, the Knicks would
Ooh.
definitely be going after him, bro.
Yeah, if there was a Michael Sweeney in the draft, we'd be getting him.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Clarence Witherspoons, we getting those.
Yeah. 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 But yeah, I think I don't know if he's at 19, he's so raw. Right? But if with the right coaching staff,
Exactly.
I
The
think
Knicks.
he can be because right now at 200 pounds, he can stay in front of anybody, bro. He can defend anybody. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it is, you know, Big Kappa's in the building. Dre, I think we can get it because we have Dallas's pick. We can get him with Dallas's pick. I think we can legit leave the draft with.
Well, where's he projected to go in that list?
Oh, that mock draft. I closed it. I'll find it. I think they got him going to like.
Yeah, I just see it. I was just looking at that. But I just closed it.
Let me go back to it. I put it up here.
And what they put, I seen the Knicks number 7.
Well, we're number 7 right now because of the records. But we're not going to stay there for sure.
No, we ain't gonna stay there. There we go. Kwame Evans. Dang, what they got? Wow, they got him way down.
Ronnie James.
New Orleans. They got look where they have him going. A 6'9" Trey Murphy type guy. Look where they got him going. New Orleans.
Damn.
Yeah, man.
They trying to get rid of Najee then.
Nah, man. They just know what teams like what type players. They just know what team like what type players. That's why at 29,
where
they got the
6-1. Oh my God. Yo.
They have them going 23 to New Orleans.
Oh, that makes sense.
But they have the Knicks taking the undersized point guard out of North Carolina.
That's what I just said.
6'1", 175.
Oh my God.
That sounds accurate.
Yo, this really come to fruition. Oh my God.
We gonna replace Miles McBride with him.
Yeah, that sounds about right?
Yo.
And then with the 7 pick, they have the Knicks taking a 6'9". I don't know who this guy is. 6'9", 204. I don't know who he is.
That seem all right though. He's 6'9".
I'm good on French players, man. I'm good on French players.
He French?
Yeah, 6'9", 205.
I'm good on them. I'm good on French players.
I wouldn't mind getting Cody Williams though.
I do like Cody.
Yeah, man. So, yeah, man. I know it's early, too early to be talking about the draft, but man, yeah, man. What do y'all think is gonna happen with the Bucks tomorrow?
Well, the Bucks have their own issues. They don't play good defense right now on the perimeter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're a bad perimeter defensive team right now.
No. Dre, when I said that when they traded for Dame, cats laughed at me.
They don't have any guys out there to play defense. So their offense, they're still figuring out their offense, which I think they'll figure out with the defenses. Lacking what's his name? They have their starting 2 guard as their point of attack defender, and he ain't really a good defender like that. You know what I'm talking about, right? What's his damn name? I'll tell you right now. They had Malik Beasley as
Okay.
their point of attack defender, and he ain't it.
No.
And
Who?
Chris Middleton, Malik Beasley, and Chris Middleton is not the defender he once was because he's still coming off that knee. And
Yeah.
he's on a minutes restriction. So like their defense is very lacking. Like their good defenders are a little bit long in the tooth, like Jay Crowder. He can't guard no one on the perimeter. So I'm gonna keep it real. I expect a big game from Brunson. Like Brunson might get 40 for you.
I'm thinking him and Randall might get 40, bro.
I don't know about Randall because
I
Randall
think Randall might
Randall getting 40 is dependent on if his jumper is falling right now because he's not gonna get to the paint on Giannis and what's his name, Brook Lopez.
That's a fact.
Yeah, Giannis ain't gonna guard him.
No, he's not. But Brook Lopez still is a really good defender, at least
Okay.
from the paint. Like right now, Randall's trying to muscle guys
Right.
instead of just working around them. Because like, there's no way George Niang is supposed to stay in front of Randall, and it happened.
Right.
Because Randall's trying to like muscle everybody right now.
Right. No, I agree. We just got
We need RJ back. That's what we really need.
if RJ
Go
misses
to
this
the
game, if RJ misses this game, I'm worried.
Golden
I'm not too worried. I think he jammed it, and it was a back-to-back, so they played it safe. If there was a day between those games, he
I
probably
think
would
so
have
too.
played. Because remember, they said they put him at a game time decision. Like it wasn't all the way out, like out. Like if it was even more serious, they would have listed him as out long before the game, like in the morning. It would have been like no.
Yeah, you would think. Yeah.
Usually, that's how normal organizations handle it, but we are not normal. So.
We are not a normal organization, bro. We are not a normal organization. That's one of the yeah. Hey y'all, I'm gonna get out of here so I can go do some yard work. Y'all want to join me?
Y'all
want to trim some?
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, so it's 55 degrees though, man. You know we can.
It was 30 something up here, and it was 80 degrees literally 5 days ago.
Right. So we got I gotta trim about 2.5 acres. So it's like
damn
trees along. So we got trees that have overgrown. So we got to trim some trees so they won't, and then the bushes are overgrown. And so we got some bushes that look wild OD. They out there looking like Edward Scissorhands. And they out there looking like.
Or you talking about you?
Huh?
You said we or you yourself?
You.
I gotta do it, but I'm inviting y'all to help me. Y'all laughing. I missed the joke. I missed it. Did I miss something?
Is Mocha not gonna help you out? You just gonna handle it on your own, boss? Damn.
Thank you for putting it that way. Hey, y'all know goodness. Talking about the mini Monica McNutt. She ain't getting out there. No.
That's the superstar.
Yeah,
that's the diva right there.
She ain't no.
She ain't doing that.
She'll bring us some lemonade though. like the herbal peach lemonade, like the you know what I'm saying, with the cut up fruit.
That's thoughtful.
Yeah, ice cold too. But nah, you talking about cutting down tree limbs? No. She already got me. Well, I ain't gonna go there, but she already got me like using these charcoal toothbrushes. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know.
They're
black.
From the earth, some kind of earth thing.
It's charcoal. Like it helps your teeth get a little bit whiter.
Yeah. Well, all right, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here so I can try to get some of this stuff done before the end of the day. But I'm gonna holler at y'all, man.
Not to cut you off. You doing night tonight? Next morning night or no?
Next morning night?
Knicks at night.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Definitely. All right.
Peace to the chat.
All right, Dre.
All right, y'all.
Peace, Ruby.